Right, it's 6:32. Um, Roll call.
Councilmember Felina,
Aye.
Councilmember Hornish,
Here.
Councilmember Cranford. Here. Vice Mayor Nunn,
Here.
Mayor Amoruso.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Can we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of City Council regular meeting agenda, June 26, 2025.
I motion to approve the city council regular meeting agenda of June 26, 2025.
Thank you.
Second. Councilmember Felina,
Aye.
Councilmember Hornish,
Aye.
Councilmember Cranford. Aye. Vice Mayor Nunn.
Aye.
Mayor Amoruso.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Okay, good. Moving on to public comment. We're going to start with the fire chief. He wants to come in case he gets called for emergency.
Hello, Justin Yelnick, Battalion Chief with Amador Fire. I appreciate you letting me come up here and speak first, and seems like there's a few people in here that might want to come up. So I just wanted to kind of come up and brief what we're doing with I'd say Amador County's favorite event. That's the Main Street fireworks for 4th of July in the city of Plymouth. So as I would say, is every year this event seems to be kind of growing and growing, and more people are showing up, which is wonderful and great. It's nice to see all the families come out and, enjoy the day. This year, we're going to kind of change things up. We are bringing in extra staffing for this day. We're bringing in 4 additional engine crews, and we'll have a water tender staff down here, in addition to the 2 engines already that are staffed at 122 and 121. All those additional personnel, that's at no cost to the city of Plymouth. We feel this is something that we should be doing, and it's good for the community and good for, the event. This year, we have what we call an incident action plan. This is just a draft, otherwise I'd pass it out. But if you guys do want a copy of that, definitely can call our office probably early next week and you can get a copy of that. Or we'll have some at the day of the event to pass out. And if you're kind of unfamiliar what an incident action plan is, it's basically just that. It tells us what we're going to do for the incident. It kind of lets people know, who's responsible, who's in charge, who do they report to. This incident, we have the geographical area of Plymouth kind of broken up into 2 divisions. We have a Division Alpha, which is basically the city of Plymouth side on Main Street, and Division Whiskey, which is on the north side of Main Street. So we'll have resources in both those areas patrolling. If things kind of get out of hand, I know last year there was might have been a couple maybe not safe and sane fireworks that were being lit off. If that happens, we'll quickly try to get to those areas and make sure, those are put away or not do that. I know Sheriff's Office will be patrolling the area. We'll have our prevention officer here as well. We're really hoping for a nice, safe, family, fun event. But as we know, we can plan for the best and, sometimes things happen. So it is something we'll be prepared for. We are going to utilize Station 122 as our base. We'll have a lot of our resources there, extra resources that if we need to dispatch them, if something does happen, if a fire does break out, hopefully it doesn't, that we can have multiple people, respond quickly as possible. We do have designated LZ sites out in case something's going on around the city of Plymouth, where if we have a traffic accident or we have to fly someone out, we'll know, our crews will know where an alternate site will be. So all that is we're planning, worst case, but we are really hoping for the best. So we will have probably close to a dozen people, resources in town that will be patrolling and that will be staffed so they can respond to, the city of Plymouth, if there's any other additional incidents. So we're hoping for a fun night. We're looking forward to it. I think it's going to be packed. So we'll see how it goes. Any questions?
Could you elaborate on what you mean by LZ for people at home don't know what that means?
An LZ is a landing zone for a helicopter if we have to fly someone out during, like a traffic collision, a medical emergency. Usually in this area, we utilize Colburn Field, but if something else is going on, we're gonna utilize, we have a space right across from Station 122, the fire station by the fairgrounds. And then at 16 in Latrobe, we can land them there at the church. So we're really hoping we don't have to get to that point, but we are planning for that in case something does happen.
Excellent.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thank you for being here. Thank you for putting so much into this.
Yeah. And thank you for the extra staffing and everything. Okey dokey. Steve Pinotti? You're gonna pass?
Pass.
Okay,
Thank you.
no problem. Leif Pearson?
Yes, good evening. My name is Leif Pearson. I am part of the homeowners association at Zinfandel Ridge and also the committee that we have for advisory to the CFD ad hoc committee. And on January 13, the city council voted in the 2024-25 budget, which was obviously long past overdue. And at the time, Greg Young, the president of the homeowners association, requested some more financial details, and it's also in the minutes from that February 13 meeting. To my knowledge, at this point, we have yet to receive any financial details on the 2023-24 budget, which is now a year later. And also, we have not seen the reconciled numbers. There was an estimate, estimates presented at the meeting on February 13, but those were estimates, not actual reconciled numbers. So we would really like to get the reconciled number for the budget of 2023-24. And I'm assuming that it wouldn't be out of order to ask for at least 3/4 of the financial year of 2024-25 with the financial details. That's all.
Regarding the CFD specifically?
I'm sorry.
Regarding the CFD specifically?
Regarding the CFD, only regarding CFD.
Okay, I'm gonna be in touch with Andy and I will fill you in.
And we're asking for that to be able to advise the ad hoc committee
Right,
on the financials for the 2025-26 budget year.
exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leif.
Okey dokey.
Mayor.
What?
Our finance director can answer that now.
Okay. Andy?
So I know there was some information that was asked for that I ultimately did provide. I believe I provided it through Councilmember Hornish. The data that was the actual expense data. I know that we put something together. I can't remember specifically if it had 23-24 information in it, but I thought that it did. So any and all expenses up through a certain time period have been provided to somebody. I know that we did put that together. As far as information on a actual basis, nothing is actual until it's audited. Okay, and you have not had an audit in this city since fiscal 2021. The audits cannot be conducted until a point where everything is put together and everything is reconciled, not just Fund 80 and 81, which are the Zinfandel Ridge funds, but every fund in the city. And there's 20-25 funds in the city. All of that data has been, we've been sifting through that data for at least the 11 months that I've been around. Okay, and there have been things that have come up. You did not have a balanced budget. You didn't have a budget at all when I came in a year ago, just under a year ago. We finally got a budget done. We brought that back to the council. I believe February 13th was when we brought the 24-25 budget when it was approved. Ultimately, there wasn't an audit or a review of all the information for Zinfandel Ridge that needed to be completed. That was part of what I was supposed to do, which I did do. There were significant errors in the way that the city had accounted for Zinfandel Ridge funds in the past. We went through all that. I had a specific presentation on that. And ultimately what transpired from that review, all the balances have been adjusted. And what you see in the budget that was presented for fiscal 24-25, and ultimately the budget that you're going to see tonight, does incorporate all of those findings into the amounts that are in Fund 80 and 81. So I'm fairly confident that the numbers that you see in the budget are going to be pretty close. Now, going line by line, looking at every line item and all of the data behind the expenditures that have come into and been incurred for Zinfandel Ridge's activities. We did do that to a degree. I know we pulled information from the old financial system, which was called Fund Balance, which was prior to fiscal 2021. I know the city manager provided me with that information. I put something together on that. And then I took it up to a certain point using your new financial system, Black Mountain Software, that BMS, that I also did. So I'd have to go back and see exactly what was provided and who it was provided to, but I'm for certain that information was put together regarding the expenditures and the detail that we had regarding those expenditures. So we didn't go back and pull invoices or anything like that. We just used the information that was in the financial system and took that for what it was worth. So all of that information has been provided.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you very much. So I'm gonna read a little statement here before we go any further in public comment. You know, and this is concerning probably the next group that's gonna be coming forward. We have heard your concerns and have not taken them lightly. However, the issue raised related to personal matters that cannot be discussed in open session or added to the agenda. So I just want to make that statement going forward so that we keep things civil tonight and we don't have any explosions like we did last week, because that's just, this is not a place for it. So moving forward. Whoever wants to come up next. What? No, that's 7.1. No problem. Yeah, these are 7.1.
Good evening, Rosemary Marino, Plymouth. I want to thank the maintenance crew for bringing the speed trailer down to the end of town here. As you come into town, it's been there for the last week and a half, I believe. And we've noticed considerably the people coming into town are, for the most part, going slower now. We do have school going right now because the summer program is at Plymouth Elementary and there's a large group of kids over there. I was surprised at how many kids are attending it. So, but there's still a problem with people going out of town. So it has really made it clear that we need some sort of flashing signs on both ends of the school zones to show people how fast they're going, kind of like Fiddletown has, River Pines has, Ione has. They really need something like that on our end of town, because it's just a matter of time before a kid gets hit. Now, I know between 5:15 and 5:45 every morning, a car goes through the front of our house so fast that we can hear it in the house. And it just, every morning. Now, I have seen the sheriff one morning about 7:15 pull someone over. That's the only presence I've seen in the sheriff's department since my husband called them after the meeting that, you know, Mayor Amoroso recommended. So we're not getting any presence from the sheriff department. So I really think it's up to the city to figure out how to fix this problem. The other thing I just want to say again about agenda items, in the spirit of transparency with government, I still don't understand why the Zoom meeting hasn't been put on the agenda that was asked by Council Member Nunn in the May meeting and in the June meeting. It's still not on there. And also the maintenance issue has not put back up. It was tabled till the June 12th meeting. It's still not been presented. So I'm just curious in transparency, you know, who's making the agenda and why are those items being left off? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
RJ, what did you say besides the Zoom meeting, agenda wise? Oh, is that what we talked about last meeting? Or is that something else?
No, we haven't rediscussed it.
You want to address it? No? Good. Whoever wants to come up next? Stephanie?
Good evening. Just to let you know, a little bit of housekeeping. It's very difficult to hear in the back of the room. You don't apparently have any speakers back there, but particularly Mayor Amoroso and the finance director are hard to understand what's being said. So just for the next round of improvements. I do have my comments for you. My name is Stephanie Moreno. I'm a Plymouth resident and business owner. I have comments tonight to make. I hereby submit my formal objection to the city planner's director's refusal to process my appeal of the planning commission's recommendation of approval of a general plan amendment and rezone for 9130 Main Street, an appeal which was submitted and accepted by city staff on Monday, June 23rd, 2025. Section 19.04.160A of the Plymouth Municipal Code states that any interested person may appeal action of the planning director or planning commission. Note that it states may appeal action and does not differentiate as to whether that action is a recommendation or a final decision. Yet the planning director emailed me on Wednesday, June 25th, 2025, stating that the recommendation of the planning commission, which was formalized by a vote of the commissioners to approve 2 resolutions, is not in action and therefore is not an appealable item because the city council is not bound by it. She asked me if I wanted to pick up my $100 check or have them shred it. The definition of an action taken is set forth in the Brown Act, Government Code Section 54052.6, and states that an actual vote by a majority of the members of a legislative body when sitting as a body or entity upon a motion, proposal, resolution, order, or ordinance is an action taken. That's the Brown Act. Under state law, the Planning Commission's motion and vote clearly qualifies as an action taken. As there is no question that under state law, the Planning Commission took action at its meeting, and there is no question that under the Plymouth Municipal Code, action taken by the Planning Commission may be appealed to the City Council. The Planning Director's decision to refuse to process my appeal is legally incorrect and violates my due process rights. More troubling, this denial fits a pattern and practice by the city and its planning director of limiting public oversight and avoiding meaningful CEQA compliance, especially for decisions that may appear minor but have significant future consequences. Denying the public's right to appeal, to comment meaningfully, and to trigger CEQA review contributes to a record of procedural missteps that exposes the city and its staff to potential liability. I respectfully ask that the City Council recognize my appeal, honor the public process, and commit to a transparent review consistent with state law by directing staff to schedule my appeal for presentation and consideration during the July 10th, 2025 City Council meeting. Thank you for your consideration of my request.
I think, you want to say something?
Yeah, so this is something we're still taking a look at.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to come up with a comment?
Well, I'll ask you there. It's something we're still taking a look at. All right, I'll just ask you later about it. I don't understand why it was denied if we're still looking at it.
Well, yeah. Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'll close public comment. Okay. Okay.
Hi, Michael Spinetta from up in Hawksview. 3 things tonight. I just wanted to mention again, the Rotary is having a people get together at 7 a.m. on Saturday, the 28th. Bring your own wheelbarrow, please. And just to help Mr. Colburn finish up the park and get it all spruced up for 4th of July. And there will be other work days after that too in between. So just put a word out, put a bug out to somebody you know and see if you can bring them and if you can help out. I know also
What day? Sorry, Mike, what day?
Saturday, June 28th. So Saturday.
What
Yeah.
time are you guys meeting then?
7 a.m.
7 a.m. Okay.
Yeah. So that'd be a great thing. Someone, if you guys could, help out. It was actually pretty neat watching them lay out the concrete out there. It's beautiful, beautifully done. Also Jim Wise mentioned, and I don't know, he kind of told me to put a bug in the air of other people, so I guess I'll do it publicly. That he might have the possibility, hopefully, of a fundraiser using the park. And if I heard him right, it's $10,000 if I can get Mr. Horacek to bring 100 kids over to plant some trees in the future and other plants like the gardens and stuff. So I think we can do that. But that's a great way to use that park to make some money right away and not have to take from reserves for anything and get new plants in there. California natives and drought tolerant, things like that. So I hope I was supposed to say that. And then let's see. I just wanted to give a shout out to Mr. Heath and Mrs. Leon for helping get everything in order for our budget and everything, so the rest of us can get our paperwork moving forward with some good numbers and everything. And last, I just wanted to thank you last time for the special treatment and compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. It's amazing how there are some times when you do get prejudice against. There's been times where I've been kicked out of my parking spot, handicap parking spot. And so just thanks for that last week. I had an attack coming on during it, and plus I had to attend another meeting at the fair board at the start. So those two things coupled, and I just wanted to thank you for your niceness. So anyway, there you go. Come on Saturday. Wear your dirty clothes.
Thanks, Mike. And I'm going to take this opportunity really quick because he brought up Veterans Park and most people leave before the end of our meetings. On the day of Veterans Park, the 4th of July opening is happening on that day at 8:30
unveiling.
a.m. And we are having a 21 gun salute, a flyover by private planes, and there will also be bagpipes. So it should be quite a thing. It's going to be about an hour long. So if you can show up for that opening day of Veterans Park, it would be amazing.
8:30 a.m.
And my daughters are playing violin.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Moving on to 5, consent calendar. Looking for approval of the consent calendar. Oh, yeah, sorry, I'll close public. Does anyone want? No, you've already spoke. Say what? No.
No, we were asking on the public comment, if
Public
there's
comment.
any other public comment people want. Yeah, I'm sorry, Stephanie. So he was just asking if there's anybody else that wants to make public comment before we close public comment. Yeah.
All right, so does anyone else like to get up and talk for their 3 minutes? All right, seeing none, I close public comment. Consent calendar. And I don't think there's any public comment to this, is there? There is, yeah, okay, public comment.
Thank you, Stephanie Morano, Plymouth resident, business owner. I have a question regarding 5.3. Approval of the sale of safe and sane fireworks within Plymouth city limits and use on July 4th. And authorize the use of TOT funds to pay off-duty Amador County Sheriff personnel for crowd control. This is pretty much the same authorization that you gave last year, but the city manager instead chose to hire private security. We all know what happened with that. I'd like to make sure that your motion precludes her from substituting off-duty sheriff personnel with other people to meet the security concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
Last year, no TOT funds were used to pay the security company,
Speak
and
up a little bit.
last year, no TOT funds were used to pay the security company. And there were no off-duty sheriffs that signed up for the overtime. Otherwise, no security company would have been hired. This year, off-duty sheriff deputies have already signed up for the overtime, so deputies will be present.
Thank you very much. Okay, now looking for any other public comment on this? Okay, seeing that, close public comment. Looking for a motion for approval of consent calendar.
A motion to approve the consent calendar presented tonight.
Thank you.
Second.
Wow, that's a.
Councilmember Felina,
Aye.
Councilmember Hornish,
Aye.
Councilmember Cranford,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunn,
Aye.
Mayor Amoruso.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Moving on to regular agenda items. 7.1, adopt resolution 2025-13, adopting the fiscal years 2025-2026 operating and capital budget appropriations limits. Andy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Andy Heath, the financial consultant to the city. What I'd like to do for you tonight is walk through the fiscal 25-26 proposed budget. Can everybody hear me back there okay?
I'll get a little closer.
Wow. And go through the spending plan that we have on tap for you for the coming fiscal year, which starts in a week on July 1st. As part of tonight's process, what I'll do is I'll go over the proposed budget development process, a couple of slides on that. Telling you exactly where we are in the process of actually preparing the budget that you're going to see tonight, and then where we've come over the last about 11 months or so since I've been here in correcting and fixing where the city's financial picture lies. We'll go over the citywide budget overview, then we'll talk specifically about the general fund, which is the main fund in the city, the two enterprise funds that the city has for water and wastewater. There are some other fund groups. There are special revenue funds, things like impact fees, capital project funds, and other funds, think about community facilities district funds. And then we'll end with next steps and questions that you might have. Next slide, please. Okay, so what have we been doing? So over the course of the last 11 months or so, to reach the point where we're at today, a lot has transpired. So the finance department does continue to catch up from July 2021 forward. So 11 months ago, you had not had an audit basically since fiscal 2021. So that is basically you had an audit that went through June 30th, 2021, and no audits after that. Realizing that, went through the city's general ledger, which is your financial system that you have, which since that time, since the completion of your last audit, has been in a new financial system called BMS, which is Black Mountain Software. The BMS system was used and it replaced what was called the fund balance system that the city had before that. And essentially all balances that were in that old system were converted into BMS, into the new system. As of the time when I came in, there had not been a bank reconciliation that had been completed using the BMS system, nor any bank reconciliations that had been completed since June of 2021. So that was the first step, was actually go back to June 2021, make sure the bank reconciliation at that point was correct, and bring it forward. So since that time, we've basically done 3 years of bank reconciliations. Okay, that's 36 months of bank reconciliations. These reconciliations aren't done in a box. We had to figure out exactly how to do them using the BMS system. And then more importantly, we had to make sure that the bank reconciliation did just that, that all data that was in your city's GL, general ledger, actually reconciled to what the bank was saying. Given the fact that we had to do the Zinfandel Ridge audit and the Community Facilities District audit demonstrates how the balances were not in sync in the BMS system because they weren't being updated correctly. Okay, revenues that were coming in, certain revenues, certain property tax revenues, were all being posted to property tax. When there are multiple components of property tax, including the assessments that are received from the County of Amador for the CFD, those were all being posted to property tax. So we had to go back and basically pull all that information and actually work with the county in some cases to make sure we were looking at the right information and try and reconcile those big ticket items. That was the focus. So as the bank reconciliations for those 3 years were being done, the focus was to make sure we were getting the big ticket items, the revenues and the expenditures right, to make sure that they were posted to the right departments, make sure, and more importantly, that they were posted to the right funds. So we went through and did that. And that took obviously a couple of months to do that. Bank reconciliations at this point are caught up through almost June. I expect that by the end of this weekend, we'll be done through June of 2024. Okay, so that's good. The other thing is I want to mention is now, over the last 6 weeks or so, 4 to 6 weeks, your finance department.
He can't. Sorry, go on.
Your finance department has a new resource. So you have a new staff member in the finance department, an accountant, that is very well qualified, and has worked leaps and bounds to be that full-time resource for you to start getting things done. Today, we went over the bank reconciliation process, and I'm confident that we can get the bank reconciliations caught up fairly quickly now, knowing that Kathleen now has at least some basic training on how to actually go into the BMS system and do those. The fiscal 24-25 budget. So you did not have an adopted budget when I came in. Okay, so we had to go back and recreate the entire budget, and necessarily so, because you did not have good balances that you could use at that point in time to adopt a budget until actually February 2025, when we got to a certain point where balances seemed palatable and seemed reasonable. So your budget was actually adopted on February 13th, 2025 for 24-25, about 8 months late. A lot of transactions, as I mentioned, were not posted, or they were posted incorrectly. You had a lot of utility billing cash batches for a couple of months that weren't posted, they're in the bank. Everything's in the bank. It's just not in your general ledger. Okay, and that's what we needed to go through and make sure was in there. Property tax revenues, other revenues were posted incorrectly. I mentioned the Zinfandel Ridge assessments. Review certain fiscal transactions to ensure they were posted to the correct fund. Next slide. And again, audit's not completed since 2021. We have a lot of different schedules that need to be prepared. And now that Kathleen is going to take over the bank recon process, and there's some level of confidence, at least from my perspective, that the balances that you're seeing today are correct, or very close to correct, we can start working on the audits. So with the audits, fixed asset schedules, you don't have a fixed asset schedule, at least not one that I can find. Debt service schedules, you don't have debt service schedules, at least not one that I can find that go with the audit. Balance sheet reconciliation, so making sure that all of your developer deposits in the general fund, of which you have a plethora of, and making sure all the other things that are noted on your balance sheets, your receivables and your payables, particularly in your enterprise funds, because one of your enterprise funds is underwater right now. The water fund is not solvent at this point in time. With the rate structure that it currently has versus the expenditures that are necessary to keep that water fund up on an ongoing basis, and we'll go over that on a specific slide, you don't have enough money in that fund, and it is actually negative right now. Reports from the system. So there's been some discussion about getting treasurer's reports and other types of reports from the system. So they're only going to be good from the system once the data is good in the system. So we are getting to that point where we're able to start giving you reports and giving the public reports that can be pulled on an as-needed basis, with the understanding that the data will be caught up by that point. So preparation of a treasurer's report can be completed as soon as the bank reconciliations are current. So they're current right now through June of 2024, but giving you a June of 2024 report is probably not something that's going to have, a lot of merit to it right now. But I'm confident within the next month or so, we'll have April, May bank reconciliations done and get current with those, so that you can get that treasurer's report. What I did do today also was I actually went through and I pulled the cash reports from the city's general ledger, and I looked at the May reconciliation, which is completely finished, from 2024, May of 2024, and I just eyeballed to make sure that things looked okay from a cash perspective in the city's general ledger versus what the bank is saying. which is what your treasurer's report essentially does. It tells you how much money is in the funds, how it's being invested, and ultimately that it does reconcile to that bank statement. And the amounts are very, very close. So within exception, and those exceptions can probably be articulated, as things that are timing issues or things like that that you would also see in a treasurer's report. So I'm confident that what we're doing so far, at least from a reconciliation perspective, through May of 2024 and June of 2024 is correct. I'm confident that the information that has been posted for the current fiscal year, fiscal 24-25, with Kathleen coming in, one of the first things that she did was actually go through the data and make sure things were being posted in the right place. Because one thing I noticed was that a lot of your revenues were ending up in miscellaneous revenues or in wrong categories, and that's not where they go. Okay, let's put them in the right place. So Kathleen and I had a conversation about that one day when I was here, and she has valiantly gone through and journaled that information, or prepared the journal for that information to be posted correctly. So having her on board is a godsend, and I think that we'll be able to get the fiscal information that you need more quickly than otherwise. Next slide. So as part of tonight's proposed budget development process, what we did was we looked at all the fiscal activity for the prior 3 fiscal years and looked at general trends. So when we're looking at revenues, in particular the expenditures, we want to see where revenues are going or expenditures are going. We looked at fiscal 24-25 fiscal activity to date and what's transpiring. So what you see in the budget where it says fiscal 24-25 estimate that's where we think it's going to end up. Okay, maybe different than that, but based on where it's going, that's where we think it's likely to end up. The presentation and approval of the citywide 24-25 budget again came on the 13th of February. We did have a budget workshop for fiscal 25-26. That was held on April 30th, just about a month and a half ago. And we went through what I put together, which is your general fund forecast. So that was the first time this body has seen that forecast. And tonight you're going to see that forecast updated, because one of the things I talked about that night with the workshop was that the forecast is only as good as the day that it's done on, and it needs to be updated as frequently as you receive fiscal information as a body. So that has been updated. And then we updated all funds to account for expected fiscal activity for the upcoming fiscal year. So next slide. Okay, so when we look at your budget, your citywide budget, this is your citywide budget. So what this budget does is it's asking for authority to spend just over $4 million in what are known as appropriations for the coming fiscal year, fiscal 25-26. This slide is broken down by fund group. So you see the general fund, which is the largest fund in the city, just under $1.6 million in expenditures are there. The enterprise funds, which is both water and sewer combined, about $1.7 million. Then you have your impact fee funds, not a whole lot going on there, but special revenue funds, I'm sorry, $454,000 there. In the impact fee funds, you have $150,000, and then in your CFD funds, which make up both the operating and the public safety components of the CFD, they're 2 separate funds, Fund 80 and 81, tracking 2 separate things, but combined they make up just under $138,000 in expenditures. So when you look at the authority, the spending authority that's being asked for as part of this proposed budget, it's just under $4.1 million, $4,080,385. Assuming all of that comes to fruition, and further assuming that the balances that we're looking at and carrying over from fiscal 24-25, the current year, into the coming year, and assuming we spent for just over $4 million, you'll still have about $5.3 million in the bank per se, in a variety of different funds. Now you can see one of those fund groups, the Capital Projects Fund, has a negative balance, and it's got no activity for the current year. We're going to go through what that's made up of, and why those negative balances are there, and then what we're going to do about them as part of the presentation. But these are the numbers that I'm looking at when I'm looking at your bank statements and when I'm looking at your cash reports and when I'm looking to make sure that things are working out in what we're doing and putting together all the fiscal numbers and getting them right. So they do look correct, and hopefully this is where we end up. Next slide. So when you talk about citywide capital, so these are the capital projects and or outlay, which is equipment, apparatus, those sorts of things that the city might need from time to time as part of the budget process. Not a whole lot of capital in the city of Plymouth, but you do have some. So you have $34,500 for a Vector trailer and equipment trailer, and that's being funded by the wastewater fund. You have an excavator and a trailer for $32,000 being funded by gas tax and RMRA. The McGee Park project, this is the landscaping portion of the project. Knowing that that project is, we've spent a lot of money on that project already to date, but this is specifically for the landscaping. And we're looking at different funding sources for this. So right now we've identified the TOT Streets and Promotions Fund, which I believe is Fund 02 that you have. However, there may be an opportunity to use another fund that's been set up, which is your Community Benefit Fund, which is Fund 05. We're doing some research on that to see whether or not we can defray the costs out of the TOT, Streets and Promotions Fund, which can be used for a wider array of things than perhaps the Community Benefit Fund can. So if that's a possibility, ultimately when this project does come back to you for approval, we may recommend that the McGee Park landscaping portion of the project be funded with another source. But right now, at least from an appropriation perspective and a budget perspective, we have that in the TOT Streets and Promotions Fund. And then you have the Locust Mill and Poplar intersection project. So we've identified the streets impact fee for that. There's still a conversation regarding that funding source that needs to be had with the attorney's office to make sure that impact fees do indeed qualify for this project. It's my understanding that this project has a component of ADA improvements attached to it. And those ADA improvements may constitute because of growth in the city or different things. So I think we need to have that conversation to see whether or not that's possible, only because it's so difficult to use impact fees, especially when you're a community that doesn't have a lot of growth. And you don't have a lot of things that you're adding that impact fees are typically being used for. So we will check that nexus. However, to the extent that the streets impact fee cannot be used, the gas tax and RMRA fund, which there's funding in, will be used as the fallback for that project. Next slide. Okay, moving on to the general fund. So this is where we see the general fund going for the balance of this year. And then more importantly, what it looks like for next year. So for fiscal 24-25, you can see we've got revenues of about 1.43 million, expenditures of 1.56. This is really not a whole lot different than what you saw with the budget workshop when we showed you the information. But we do anticipate using reserves for 24-25 to balance everything out of just over $130,000 at this point. The reason for that is you have lower TOT revenues with the loss of the Shenandoah Inn and a lot of recharacterizations of the people that are staying at the 49er trailer facility. And then also there's a removal of a grant that was recognized in the previous year. So I think it was an SB1 grant or a state grant that actually I had budgeted in the current year in 24-25 that actually applied back to 23-24. So we moved that back appropriately so because that was one of the issues that we found with where things were posted, how they were posted, and the timing of things that they were posted. So we want to make sure there's a match there. So we had to move that out. And then legal fees were a little bit higher in 24-25 than anticipated. For 25-26, the proposed budget, just under 1.4 million in revenue, so a little bit lower there. And then expenditures, 1.59 million. So to balance this budget, you will need to use $196,324 in fund balance. Okay, so you do have available fund balance, and fund balance is being used to balance the budget as a source. Forecasted amounts are prepared on a conservative basis. So when we go through and look at what we anticipate, for example, property taxes and or sales taxes or other types of fees that ebb and flow with the economy. We do that conservatively. We never want to overestimate revenues because that's just a double whammy at the end of the day. Nominal revenue growth for certain categories and removal of one-time activity is built in. Fully loaded salaries for all positions, and most of your positions now are filled. And then it does include a 1.3% CPI increase for the affected positions as of July 1st, 2025, which is consistent with the manner on which you do increases from year to year in the city. At the end of the day, assuming that you do spend 1.59 million in expenditures and you bring in under just under 1.4 million in revenues, you still will have, well, you will have just over $2 million in fund balance or reserves in the general fund, assuming all that comes to fruition. Next slide. These are your just some of the revenue things that we looked at and the key items for the budget. So 3% increase in property taxes is projected, and that's pretty much consistent with what it's been. 1.5% increase in sales taxes revenues based on the current state of the economy. 1.5% increase in TOT, transient occupancy tax, due to expected inflation on room rates in the current mix of TOT payers. So again, that has been discounted somewhat for the anticipated full year loss of the Shenandoah Inn and the impacts to the 49er part. Slightly higher development related fees and charges, building and planning permits, just seeing those kind of tick up a little bit. Removal of one-time revenue related to grants. I mentioned a grant, so those are out, and also donations are out. So those only come in when they come in, and when they come in, we add them to the bottom line. $24,000 decrease in the transfer in from gas tax fund for general fund streets costs. So there's a one-time transfer that's being done in 24-25 that's not being done in 25-26 to make up for past years. Lower reimbursement from Zinfandel Ridge CFD to account for expected outsourcing of landscaping and upkeep. So with this particular bullet, I know that there's been some back and forth regarding the CFD and it outsourcing the landscaping services that are currently provided by the Public Works Department in the city and actually going that route. So I have only built in a nominal amount into the budget at this point in time, not knowing ultimately what that landscaping contract might look like. To the extent there is a landscaping contract that's approved or that's recommended, that will come back to your council. And when that happens, we'll put up the funding source. We'll show you what it looks like. We'll show you what it means in the spectrum of the CFD as a whole, and we'll go from there. However, as long as the landscaping contract is not approved and you don't have one, it's my understanding that Public Works will continue to do whatever they need to do to continue to provide that service to the CFD and rightfully so charge them for that. But they are tracking their time and they will be doing that, and will only be allocating to the CFD and to every fund for that matter the charges that are incurred by staff as they work in those particular funds. Next slide. On the expenditure side, so I mentioned full funding for all positions in the general fund for the entirety of the year. It does include the 1.3% increase. Updates to budgets for insurance. So insurance costs, like for every city that I'm working with, are just keep going up and up. So general liability, workers' compensation, property insurance, they all went up a little bit. So those costs are increased or required. Reduction in legal city attorney's fees based on significant one-time activity, hopefully, that was incurred in the current year. So I lowered that budget in the general fund for next year. Addition of $72,000 and change for the updated public safety contract with the Amador County Sheriff's Office earlier this year. The city negotiated with Amador County for a new sheriff's contract, and it was approved. I believe it's a 5-year contract. With that, we put together a funding schematic on potential funding sources that include a number of things that are available to the city. One of them is obviously the general fund. And by the way, the general fund up to the current year had never participated in paying for the Amador County contract. So that all changed because what you were paying Amador County for public safety in the past was basically $100,000 a year. And that amount was completely covered by another funding source you had, which is your supplemental law enforcement funds. that you receive about $165,000 to $175,000 a year, depending on the growth. So that amount is also available. That amount's being used. And then you have the CFD fund that, again, prior to fiscal 24-25, the public safety component, Fund 81 of the Zinfandel Ridge CFD, had never been touched since its inception in 2016-17, I believe, for anything public safety related. So we actually added that back in the current fiscal year as part of the budget that you saw before, and also budgeted that for the coming fiscal year, and actually used a little bit of the reserves that have built up in that fund that can only be used for Zinfandel Ridge Public Safety, or public safety at Zinfandel Ridge. And we used a little bit of reserves consistent with the funding schematic that you did get to see with the approval of that contract. And then we have nominal increases to base budgets. We're required due to inflation, increased costs to provide city services. So costs for materials, supplies, fuel, those sorts of things, they ebb and flow with the economy. And as long as there's inflation, those costs are likely to go up. Next slide. So again, at the end of the day, assuming what we have in the budget actually comes to fruition, your anticipated reserves that we're going to end with in a week or so are anticipated to be about $2.2 million. You will need just under $200,000, $196,324, to balance the 25-26 budget. That leaves you with just over $2,047,607. That number does represent 129% of your expenditure base. So your expenditure base in the general fund is obviously less than $2 million. So you're covering a lot of your expenditure base. Typically, cities like to see this. Small cities like yours, like to see this around 40 to 50%. You're exceptionally small here. You have not a very big general fund budget, and as such, one claim an insurance claim or something like that could decimate a lot of that reserve. So you want to make sure that you keep that reserve as high as possible for those reasons. Economic uncertainty is a big thing, and just the one-time things that might arise. And you always have small one-time things, new air conditioner, a re-roof, something happened to the park, or something where only the general fund can fund that. So having those reserves is paramount to having a good budget. So next slide. Okay, so now we'll get into the forecast. So your multi-year forecast, essentially, it provides a forward-looking conservative baseline budgetary outlook, where baseline, again, removes all that one-time activity and just looks at, if you take your sustainable revenues that you receive year after year after year, property tax, sales tax, development fees, those sorts of things, and you grow them, and you take your expenditure base that you currently have under a given framework of the existing staff levels, existing needs for services, supplies, fuels, et cetera, and you grow that with inflation or what you think those costs are going to go up by, what does that mean from a forecast perspective? That is your baseline. So it takes out all the one-time stuff. And it looks at it under, obviously, a given set of assumptions for revenue and expenditure growth. We did a full update of the 25-26 base staffing. We looked at the fiscal information from fiscal activity from the years that I mentioned before, 21, 22 and forward, knowing we spent a lot of time with that data, just trying to get it all reconciled. All positions are assumed filled. And then again, these forecasts are built conservatively. So once we do all that, what does it look like? Next slide. This is your forecast. Okay, so you can see in years prior, you were actually in the black. So 21, 22, you put 436,000 back in fund balance, 177 in 22, 23, 263 in 23, 24. In those two last years, 22, 23, 23, 24, there was a lot of development activity associated with development fees that were received related to Zinfandel Ridge and some of the homes that were being built there. Those are one-time type things, okay? Those aren't always going to happen. So, but the bottom line is you're collecting those fees nonetheless. They go into the general fund, which is why you're seeing those black surplus numbers. You also had some grants that came in during those years. And then this year, the current year, we expect to burn again, $130,000 in fund balance. So that's coming out. And then in the future, you can see you've got a systemic issue in your general fund of just about $250,000. Okay, so assuming your budgets are static, assuming you have the staff that you have, assuming that you continue to, the revenue base did erode a little bit starting in the current year and a little bit into next year as you have a full year of the TOT erosion. But we're planning that out long term now. Okay, so it's not going to erode anymore. But given the fact that you have a new public safety contract, which is costing the general fund money now that it never had, okay, and given the fact that you have a loss of TOT revenues that you know about, you have increasing costs that are growing at a greater pace than your revenue base. This is why you have this systemic issue. Again, I want to say that this is done conservatively, purposely so. So I'm hopeful that all things being relative and right in what we're presenting tonight, that this is the absolute worst case scenario under the given set of assumptions. So we will need to work together though, ultimately to mitigate this forecasted use and this forecasted systemic deficit issue, because you don't want to continue with this because ultimately you'll run out of reserves. So next slide. This is what the reserves look like, however, if all of that comes to fruition. So you can see you got just over 2 million in 25-26 at the end of next year, assuming that budget comes to fruition. And then it goes down by about 250,000 a year each year. So you'll still have reserves, but they're a lot lower than what they are right now. Next slide. This is your staff. So this is the staff positions in the city. So I believe there's 15 different positions here. When you take into account some of the positions that are part-time, there are a total of 12.6 FTE. That stands for full-time equivalent in the city. Of those 12.6 FTE, 8.95 of them are allocated to the general fund. So about 9 positions. Only 1 position is allocated to the water fund. So you have portions of the city manager, public works superintendent, the maintenance worker, operator in training, which is a new position, account clerk 2, accountant, that are charged to the water fund. Similarly, some of those positions and a couple more are charged to the wastewater fund, so 2.65 positions there. But when you look at how much staffing is funded by the general fund, it's about 70%, which is consistent with what most cities have when they have enterprises. The unfilled and vacant positions result in vacancy savings, which accrue to the respective funds. So to the extent any of these positions are unfilled for any portion of the fiscal year, you'll have vacancy savings. And as long as you're not covering that vacancy with required services where you're incurring overtime by other people to provide that service and or contracting out what would otherwise be done with the person that would be in that vacant position, you will have vacancy savings. And ultimately that will accrue as a savings to the funds that that position is allocated to. The budget also includes amounts for contracted positions that are expensed in professional services for finance and planning. You do have streets-related staffing costs in the general fund. All of your streets folks are in the general fund. However, there is a transfer in that comes in from the gas tax fund to fund a portion of those costs. As needed and appropriate levels of administrative and public works cost transfers at Zinfandel Ridge, CFD are not currently included in the forecasted revenue. So there's only a very small amount of cost allocations that are going to the CFD right now. And actually, since we will be tracking the time that folks are working in not just the CFD, but enterprises as well, those costs will be transferred on an actual basis in the future. And I'm pretty confident that ultimately when those transfers are made, it will be more than what is represented by this to those special funds. Next slide, please. Okay, looking at the water enterprise fund. So estimated actuals, 737 in revenue for the current year, and then 924,000 in expenditures. So using quite a bit of reserves there. And then in 25-26, you have 730,000 in revenue, 908,000 in expenditures. So you can see, at least for these 2 years, and frankly, from fiscal 23-24, you have deficits where expenditures that are being incurred in this fund are more than the revenues that are coming in. So the revenues are slightly lower due to the anticipated lower penalties revenues. Water rates have not yet been increased. So I know you have a rate study before you. And I know that ultimately at some point in time, rates will need to be considered. Rate increases will need to be considered for this fund. But for purposes of this budget, there are no rate increases assumed in these numbers. The water fund use of working capital to balance the budget is 177,461. So you need $177,000 that the water fund does not have currently to balance this budget out. The water fund, again, has an aggregate of 1.0 FTE, one position citywide allocated as an expense, and that's about just over $100,000. The water fund has operated in a deficit position for the last 4 years. The negative fund balance begins in 23-24, so that's when it went negative. So even though it's been operating at a deficit for 4 years, it still had money 4 years ago, so it was able to cover it. But for the last 3, it has been in a deficit position as a fund in and of itself. What that means is that the water fund is using cash from other funds to pay its bills. As a result of that, the water fund is required to establish a loan that will be effective when we put all the numbers, the final numbers together for the audit for fiscal 23-24, so 2 years ago. And ultimately, that loan will have an appropriate level of interest, which can be the LAIF, the Local Agency Investment Fund level of interest. And back in 23-24, it was a little bit lower than it is today. But because it's still negative today, that loan is still out there. And whatever the negative fund balance in the water fund is, they will have to pay back, ultimately, the principal to presumably the general fund, because typically it's a general fund that makes these loans. And the interest associated with that, which will probably be between 1% and 2% for that first year. Today, it's just under 4% because of interest rates going up. The fund balance, assuming this budget comes to fruition at the end of next year, 6/30/26, will be a negative $421,000. So that fund will still be in a deficit position. Next slide. Wastewater or the sewer enterprise fund. So 684,000 in revenue, 750,000 in expenditures for the current year. And then for the upcoming proposed year, 684 in revenue, no change there, 839 in expenditures. So you can see here, we also have a systemic use of spending more than we're bringing in, not to the degree of the water fund, but the difference between the sewer fund and the water fund is the sewer fund does have reserves right now. Okay. So the wastewater fund budget notes, the revenues are the same as those expected for the prior year. No real change there. Again, there's been no rate increase that's been built in. And I know you're considering rates for both water and sewer. Budgeted equipment, about $10,000. We went through that. The wastewater rate increases are not yet built in. I mentioned that. Wastewater operating costs are impacted by nominal inflation increases. We have the addition of 1.0 FTE wastewater operator, which is fully funded by the wastewater fund. That's 77,000 in expenditure, but that is partially offset by what we foresee as a reduction in the contracted services costs with Amador Water Agency. So we'll need to see how that ultimately plays out to see how much of that contract can be reduced by adding a wastewater operator position to this fund. The wastewater fund is using $155,000 in working capital to balance the budget. And then the wastewater fund has operated in deficit position for the last 2 years. So assuming all that comes to fruition, though, you will still have about $1.6 million in the wastewater fund in working capital or reserves. So that money will still be there. Okay, then you have a group of funds that are called special revenue funds. You can see there's a variety of different funds here. I'm going to focus on the funds that have expenditures in them. So you can see there I have One called out that is the Supplemental Law Enforcement Fund, or your SLEAS COPS Fund. That money comes in annually. We have $185,000 coming in there, and I think that's like $175,000 in grant funding that's coming in, that comes in every year, and $10,000 in interest. And then I have a $250,000 expenditure, and that's because that fund has carried a fund balance for a number of years, where it's received $175,000 on an annual basis, but it's only been paying $100,000 for that police contract. So you've built up a little bit of fund balance there. So 250, that all goes towards the Amador County Sheriff's contract. So that's coming out of there. You're still going to have just over $200,000 in ending fund balance, assuming you spend that, and that money will be used for future years of that contract, that same contract. When you add all these budgets up, there's about $454,000 that's recommended to be appropriated. Total capital is $72,000. We talked about the McGee Park project earlier and the potential of using the Community Benefit Fund for that project. And then the Locust Mill Poplar Intersection project, that is budgeted in the, where is that? Yeah, Saxon Armory, I'm sorry, yeah. Okay, TOT Streets and Promotions Fund, so you have events that are funded there. I think we went through this a little bit during the workshop. And then McGee Park project is also budgeted there. Assuming we do the McGee Park project in the TOT Streets and Promotion Fund, and we're not able to move that to the Community Benefit Fund, you'll still have $129,000, but if you can move any or all of a portion of that McGee Park project to the Community Benefit Fund, then that balance at the end of the year will be about $169,000, assuming you can move it all. Gas tax RMRA, so you have streets department costs are built into that, and then that mini excavator and a third of the trailer. And then the remaining funds can only be used for specific purposes. So it's called a special revenue fund for a reason, because the monies that are collected and ultimately accrue to these funds can only be used for specified purposes for which these funds exist. Next slide. So these are, this is an additional set of special revenue funds called impact fees, otherwise known as AB 1600 fees. You can see here we have $150,000 in the streets impact fee, Locust Mill Poplar Intersection project, $150,000. That is all that's appropriated out of these funds. And you can see there are still some significant balances that will be left in these funds by the end of the year. So $500,000 in general administrative. Streets will still have $364,000, fire impact fee, $275,000, and even the police impact fee, $29,000. We need to really study these funds. And again, look at the enabling documents that created these funds to determine exactly what we might be able to use these monies for, and really dig deep to determine, and then ultimately have the city attorney's office check the box and say, yeah, you can use them for that. A lot of cities have this issue, especially in your town. These funds are hard to spend. And I think that we just need to get creative and really look at that. That $22,000 in an AB negative balance in AB 1600 impact fees, I think that can be offset against the Fund 20 general administrative impact fee. We just need to look at that, but I think that those two can be combined and we can just eliminate Fund 24 altogether. Good, next slide. Okay, these are your capital projects funds, and typically capital projects are used on a one-time basis, where that one-time basis may cross multiple years, but it's just for a singular project. Most of these projects on here are like that. The concerning thing with these funds is you have 3 of them that currently have negative balances. As you can see, there's nothing appropriated for any of these 6 funds for the coming year. However, you have a general plan update fund that has just under a $270,000 negative fund balance. Okay, that means for that project, whatever was allocated to that project as an expenditure was not returned in terms of revenue. Okay, so you didn't get the same amount of revenue that you spent. I did some research on this fund, and I went all the way back to 2009, and I still saw similar balances. So it looks as though that this fund, the only source that's coming in is what appears to be a fee associated with development for certain parcels in the city that is amortizing at $3,000 a time, which comes in like every third or fourth year against that $269,000 negative balance. So you're very far from being able to pay that down. And I think we need to do a little bit more research and go back to before 2009 to see whether or not, well, to see when it all transpired, number one, and then ultimately try to pull the documents that came to the council that said, this is how we plan on paying for that general plan update. Because at this point in time, it's not paid for. You have it, but it's not fully paid for from a funding perspective. Shenandoah Fiddletown Road, that was another project. There's an $87,000 negative fund balance in there. I have not totally looked at that yet, but that hasn't changed too much over the last couple of years either. And then you have a Safe Routes to School project. So we are actively at this time trying to work to determine exactly how that $500,000 imbalance right now needs to be covered. I know that the city manager is in contact with the folks that manage that grant from a grantor perspective, and we'll be looking at whether or not we receive the money, number one, and if we did, where to go. Okay, because as I mentioned, as we're reconciling everything, we're finding all these big ticket items, but in going through pretty much every fund so far, didn't see anything that would offset that $509,000 that may be posted incorrectly. So we need to do a little bit more research on that. But there is no activity that is slated for the coming year out of any of those funds. Next slide. Oh boy. Okay, this is the final slide on the fund groups. So you have your community facility district funds. So you have two funds in the CFDs, Fund 80 and 81. And again, these have been reconciled. We've gone through everything. We've updated all the taxes. We've gotten everything correct. And you can see for the coming year, the budget between the operating and public safety funds, 80 and 81, is just under $138,000. There's no capital built into that. These expenditures, $57,800 in operating costs, is for a variety of things. Most of it has to do with public works type costs for maintenance and equipment that's needed and whatever, to sprinkler heads. I mean, whatever we need to actually put in the ground or do to the ground to maintain that area. There's also some administrative costs built into there. So every year the CFD has to have a report prepared by NBS typically that they come in and prepare, and that's put together. That's an administrative cost. There's an administrative cost associated with maintaining from a staff perspective, an administrative perspective, the budget, the audit ultimately, and just the reporting that's required, paying the bills, etc. So there's an applicable administrative cost associated with that. Those costs that are included from an administrative perspective are $11,000 for admin and public works. This is a nominal amount, in my opinion, but until we start tracking the time and actually getting in and determining exactly the costs that are incurred for that district, then we'll know. But I think $11,000, it'll be more than $11,000 by the end of the day. Operating costs include $25,000 towards buildings and grounds and maintenance, and the landscaping contract ultimately may impact that amount one way or another. So to the extent a landscaping contract is ultimately approved by the council, that amount may go up. Public safety costs do include $80,000 towards the public safety contract for the Amador County Sheriff's Office. Mentioned that, and a portion of the fire services. And again, this CFD was not charged for public safety costs prior to 24-25 ever. So at the end of the day, assuming we do spend $57,000 out of the operating and another $80,000 out of the public safety, you will still have $422,000 in the operating fund and $275,000 in the public safety fund. I fully expect the $275,000 in the public safety fund to be amortized over time because it didn't pay for such a long time. However, that $422,000 in the operating portion of the CFD, that needs to stay there because ultimately the CFD will become responsible for maintenance and upkeep of the roads, and all of the infrastructure in the CFD itself. And as that transpires and happens, ultimately, you're going to need a good fund balance to take care of that, because overlaying a road, fixing a road, chip seal, et cetera, that's not cheap. So that money will need to be there. Next slide. Okay, so budget development next steps. So these are the next steps. So we will continue to reconcile the fiscal activity through the current date, as I mentioned. We're with Kathleen on board. It's great, and we're getting things done a lot quicker. Closed fiscal year 24-25. So we've got 1 week left in fiscal 24-25, and ultimately, when that transpires, we will spend about a month and a half accruing everything, because as you know, bills still come in July and August. They're for the previous year. So we can't have final numbers for 24-25 until probably the middle of August at the earliest. And similarly, revenues come in July and sometimes even in August for the previous fiscal year. That's the accrual process. We'll continue preparing for the audits, 21-22 and 2023. That is what I will be working on after this budget. And then we'll work with the new finance staff to bring all fiscal activity current and prepare periodic fiscal reporting mechanisms back to this body and to the public as a whole. So with that, I will stop, and staff will be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Andy. So at this point, I'm going to open up to public comment first, then I'll come to council. So I will start with Kathleen Johnson. But before Kathleen, come on up. I've also just want to, Marianne Eckerlin wanted to put in a public comment. So I'll enter in the record, please. Kathleen, we have 3 minutes.
Kathleen Johnson, City of Sutter Creek, City of Plymouth, Director of Public Works. I shouldn't have to be here tonight while on a medical leave to fight for my employment. I'm facing consequences that no City of Plymouth employee has ever endured during a time of illness. The last 3 employees to take medical leave never feared for their employment being stripped away while on medical leave. They were treated with kindness and concern and offerings of help if needed by staff. Ms. Roberts told staff they could not contact me, and many did not in fear. She also locked me out of the city email one day, on the very first day, and began demanding the city phone. Another employee was allowed to keep his phone until he passed away, and then his daughter was allowed to keep it for a while after that. Clearly, I have been targeted and have not shared the same experience. I have been a dedicated and productive employee of the city for 16 years. I began as an office assistant and worked my way up to be Public Works Director and even served as an interim city manager. I did not ask to be interim city manager. The city asked me. It is a position that is not my cup of tea, as they say, but I did it for the citizens and staff in time of need. I have worked for 8 city managers, Ms. Roberts being the only one who has had any performance, personnel, or personal issues with me in my 16 years of continuous employment with the city. Ms. Roberts told me she was hiring a replacement for Selby. I asked more than once how this would affect my position and was told not to worry, it wouldn't. I was led to believe all is good and I wouldn't have to continue covering both positions, which I had been doing for 9 months without compensation. It was all a deceitful lie. Furthermore, Ms. Roberts had removed me from virtually all decision-making abilities in public works since she presented me with written disciplinary action on August 15th, 2024. This disciplinary action, by the way, was made without any reference to any specific events or actions or explanation or examples of any wrongdoing. It was all based upon perception. Anyone who is well-versed in human resources matters would agree that this is not an appropriate way to write up an employee. After that point, Ms. Roberts has hired and fired Public Works employees, among other decisions, without even consulting me first. This is the primary reason Public Works has so many issues today. I grew up going to underground construction sites with my father, an expert in the field for more than 40 years. Ms. Roberts didn't know the difference between potable and well water use and was furious when I supportedly corrected her in a Zoom meeting. Please do not pass this budget. There are zero funds allocated and zero time allocated to me for my return to work. It is yet another ploy by Ms. Roberts to cause me harm. First, eliminate my position. By the way, she notified me that the position was going to council Monday afternoon of the meeting week. Thank you so much for sharing that message after the agenda was released. How thoughtful and respectful. And then writing me out of the budget. This is a highly questionable tactic that can be considered a constructive dismissal, which could lead to yet another lawsuit for the city. I do not want to take that road. I want my job. Finally, I am requesting the city to obtain a third party to investigate the hiring, firing, and hostile environment practices currently in City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kathleen.
Okey dokey. Conrad. Conrad? Conrad, on number 9,
Yes,
we can't do that because you missed public comment. That's when that would have been the appropriate time for.
well, it's, if I may, it's right, I did it last time, so I spoke on the closed session right before a closed session. I did that.
I'll leave that to our attorney.
Well, the other attorney let me do it, and so did you, Mayor, and I hope that you would do it again. It's been done.
So the comment is about closed session later,
Yes.
then that's when we need to make the comment.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Well, I would appreciate my turn to speak about the closed session.
Yep.
Thank you.
Very good.
Okay, right now I want to talk about the budget. So much for the doom and gloom about the budget. Right now I'm here to talk about something more fun, which is the farmer's market. I am your local secretary for your Rotary Club. And this is we put on the farmer's market. We bring a lot of people into Plymouth. I've requested year after year to pass city council to put the sales back up for shade. And of course, I've been met with no. I'm hoping.
Conrad,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm
That's
trying. I actually requested this at the last city council meeting to see if we could get the shade sales put back up in the park. So I just
Okay.
want you to know that I did request that. So I
That's
think
great.
they're working on that.
Thank you very much. I just, there's so many things that are just crazy about the budget that I hope that something in the budget is included for the residents of Plymouth and the surrounding area, which is shade during our farmer's market, which is a very successful event that we put on. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're pricing that out.
Thank you. Stephanie?
Stephanie Moreno.
So Stephanie, I want to just, we need to set a tone. We have 3 minutes. Everyone gets 3 minutes because we have a long meeting tonight with a lot of questions and
Okay.
things. Just, I just want to
I
give you. a heads up.
appreciate that I'm the only
Yeah.
one that you said that to.
Well, I just,
And maybe I'll claim an ADA exemption
okay.
to be allowed to talk. Like Mr. Spinetta. Stephanie Moreno, Plymouth resident and business owner. And I'd like to say that I'm appalled that your city attorney is telling you that a member of the public can't talk on a closed session item because I believe the Brown Act.
I think he said he can.
I said he can when we get to
Okay,
that part of
good.
the
Thank
agenda.
you. I apologize, but
I just
again,
want to ask for clarification from him before.
perfect. I
That's all I
thought
was
you were
asking.
saying can't. I apologize. Okay, I'm quickly going to give some questions. Mayor Amoroso, I know it's your personal philosophy that people shouldn't have their questions answered when they come here, but the people in this room are your constituents and they deserve to have answers to questions if they don't understand what's being proposed
I allow
for
that
their
quite
budget.
often, actually.
Okay, so I'm going to do the questions really quickly. Number one, I heard a number of things being said by the finance manager that were policy issues, not financial issues. You have the right, the sole right to set policy for the city. For example, if money was used from general fund for water and sewer in years past, that's not automatically a loan from water and wastewater back to the general fund. You have the decision whether or not to make that a loan. And so I just want to say there were numerous things that he said in the remarks. I heard a previous time, I believe, and maybe I'm heard incorrectly, but that you're not allowed to put a hiring freeze in place. And that is incorrect. You are in control of the budget. You have the authority to say that you have to couch it in a certain way, perhaps, depending on Ms. Roberts' contract. But you can say that if someone leaves employment, that money does go back to reserve. She may not use it to fill the position. That is your right to do that. I heard him say 196,000 of fund balance was being used to balance the budget. Fund balance is traditionally, in my opinion, and from what I've learned, the difference between revenues and expenditures. My understanding is that you're using reserve, not fund balance. Fund balance would imply that there was more revenue than expenditures. I wanted to know if the finance manager had access to the water and sewer information from the rate study that you are denying the public to see in couching his figures for deciding what the budget would be, because that has information regarding allocation of staff in it. I'd like to say that spending $100,000 to hire a financial specialist to fix a lot of quote-unquote errors and taking over a year to do so sounds more like malfeasance than incompetence. And if there is that going on, that the city council should be honest with the members of the public. I also wanted to say that the treasurer keeps saying he can't do a report because the audit hasn't been done. The bank accounts aren't reconciled. The monthly report is what's happened that month. If he can't report on what's happened that month, you have a more serious problem than old audits and errors. And really quickly, I just want to encourage you again to I want to say that you do have no obligation to adopt this budget tonight, in spite of what staff may tell you. There's no requirement that you adopt a final budget or even a preliminary budget at any time. They are required to do a statement of financial statements at the end of the year, I believe, but it's your right to hold this budget until you get all your questions answered. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Andy, do you want to respond to any of that?
To respond,
Oh, you can.
from a fund balance perspective, what a lot of cities do is they use fund balance or reserves as the beginning source. So, you have a balanced budget using reserves. So fund balance can be looked at interchangeably in any way, shape, or form. In a lot of cities, it is used as a source, as the beginning source. What were some of the other comments?
It doesn't have to be a loan.
So it doesn't have to be a loan. So you can arbitrarily decide that you want to use fund balance for water or wastewater. Okay. If you want to do that, that's your purview. Keep in mind that just to balance your general fund budget right now, you are using reserves. Okay. So you'd be using more reserves to balance the water portion of the budget as well, if you were going to use general fund money for that. No. Which one?
The need to adopt the budget, whether or not they have to adopt the budget.
You don't have to adopt the budget, but you do need spending authority. So if you don't adopt the budget tonight, at some point in time, in the future, you will need to do that. But before the end of this fiscal year, you will need to pass a continuing resolution of some sort to make sure that you have spending authority going into fiscal 25-26. In the treasurer's report, we are working on that. And like I said in the presentation, we are able to produce reports up to the times at which the bank reconciliations are being done. If we do them now for periods where the bank rec hasn't been done, it's going to raise more questions than it's going to show anything. So I just want to be certain before any information comes back to the body that what you're seeing can be validated, number one. And is true. And right now, if we just ran a report, a cash report out of the system and attached that to a bank statement, you're gonna have a lot of questions, okay, that ultimately we won't be able to answer until we finish the reconciliation.
But I mean, again, real quick, I mean, the people have the right to ask those questions. If the questions
Oh, sure,
are there, they can
absolutely.
come here and ask them. And we can explain that to them. To clarify one thing, because I was looking at this and I kind of had the same thought in my mind all of my life. To me, balanced budget was you weren't spending more than came in revenues, and you're saying this is a common practice to call it a balanced budget in other communities, using some reserve money. And so that's a little, that is a little foreign to me. To me, if we don't have a balanced budget. To me, we're spending more than comes in. We don't have a balanced budget. That was my.
Yeah, you are, so if you go back to the forecast slide that I showed you, so keep in mind that in those first 3 years, you had black numbers. You actually added fund balance to the bottom line. Now you're using that fund balance to balance your budget.
Yeah, I understand that. When I look at your projections, it looks like we're continuously just going downhill till we run out of money, bankrupt. And so to me, balancing the budget is you cut expenses. I mean, we don't spend more than's coming in. So if there's $190,000 over this year, we cut $190,000 out of what we're spending somewhere.
Ultimately, yeah. Yep.
Ultimately, I mean, we need to do it right now, not ultimately.
You'd have to decide what you want to cut, yeah.
And, that's a hard decision to make where those cuts happen, and it's not something that people generally like to be the one responsible for. But that's to me, that's the whole balanced budget thing was throwing me a little bit too, so.
Because you also can amend your budget later as more information comes in.
I didn't hear you. What?
I said you can amend the budget.
You can amend it
at a later date when you have more information.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
And I think in a situation where you have a budget like you have at this point in time, without doing the machinations of actually going in and finding out how to, what you're going to do to save that $190,000 that you're not going to spend, that you would have to come back. I mean, you would always want to come back, especially with a systemic issue that you're seeing in your forecast where you have $250,000 of fund balance being used every year just to balance your base budget. Okay, that's why I do the forecast for the cities that I do it for. And I want you to see what the future looks like under a given set of assumptions and circumstances. And right now, there's something that needs to be done. And whether or not you want to do that now before you adopt a budget, or wait and do that until you adopt a budget, or do that at some point in time in the next 6 months or whatever with an adopted budget, we can do that. We can bring back quarterly reports. We can bring back, bi-monthly reports and actually give you, based on what we're finding as we're continuing to do the things that we need to do in finance. And keep in mind, this hasn't been done in 3 years plus. It just hasn't been done. Nothing's been done. I'm surprised how you adopted a previous budget. Okay, so and then let alone turned in state controllers reports that obviously weren't on audited information, but you're turning them in anyway. And so all these things need to be caught up, and it ultimately just takes time. I don't work for you full time. Okay, I work for you very part time, but I'm trying to get you to that point. And when I came in the door, I had no idea what I was going to do.
Don't get the wrong, I don't want you to get the wrong impression. I think you've done a lot of great work and we appreciate the work you've done. So I don't want you to get the impression we don't. I think we're both in agreement that something needs to be done now. And that's where I'm at. I can't make a decision here on something I got Monday night, make a decision here. I did know about the continuing thing. And I can tell you right now, tonight, I'm a hard no on adopting this budget. I want a couple weeks to look it over. I think we do the continuance and it might go for a few weeks or a couple months after that. We look at what happened last year.
Point of order, are we done with public comment?
Yeah, we have to.
No, yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize. We got into that.
Finish this question.
Yeah, they're right. Sorry.
Right. Public comment. Anyone else? Marianne?
Can I address Stephanie's last question real quick?
Sure. Can you hold?
Stephanie's last question was about the access to this rate study for the sewer and water. We don't have that back from the consultant yet.
Do we have the
So
numbers?
we don't have those
Do
numbers.
we agree on what that looks like?
Yeah.
Then they build the forecast. Okay, thank you.
Rosemary Marino Moody, Plymouth. So I have a question. First, I want to say I'm appalled that the bank reconciliations haven't been done for years. I mean, to me, that falls right on to the city manager. That's part of her job to make sure the city's running. And it's part of your responsibility. I mean, in my job, I had to make sure all of my budgets and reconciliations were done. It was my responsibility. It wasn't people below me. So I'm really appalled at that financially and seeing how much money that the city has spent since she has gotten here on office supplies and equipment and things like that without even really knowing what money we had. So just my observation. But I do have a question because at the last meeting I asked about the city manager's percentage and she said 50% was going to the water and sewer. So now in this budget, it's showing that 40% is going now to the water and sewer fund. So my question is, are you certified for water or wastewater certification? I mean, for you to be doing 40% of your time towards that, I would think that you'd have some sort of certification and know what you're doing and performing, physically performing in those departments. Now, last meeting, you said that you did looking for grants and stuff like that. That's part of your job as city manager, is to find grants for all aspects of the city. So it shouldn't be charged out to the water and sewer. And then we have a public works superintendent who also has 40%, which I can understand because he oversees the water and sewer. I don't know if he's certified in water and sewer, but that's his job and he should be. So I'm a little confused why 40% of your time and 40% of his time are both going to water and sewer. I can see his, it's justifiable. I can't see yours. So I still have that question. And then when you go down, you're looking at the account clerk 2 and the accountant at 50% each going in. Now I know that one of them does the water and sewer billing, so I understand that that would go towards the budget, but I'm not sure. I would assume that is the account clerk position. I could be wrong, but the accountant, why is so much of the water and sewer going to the accountant that I would assume should be overseeing all of the city finances, including the bank reconciliations that aren't being done? Thank you.
Thank you, RJ.
If I'm not mistaken, on the slide, it actually said, it noted 15%, 15 coming out of the water fund.
Sewer's 25%.
15 and 25.
So you're combining them. Thank you.
And she divides between the two. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing no public comment, I'll close public comment and come to council. Rusty?
Thank you, Peter.
We have to finish.
I think, before this budget gets passed, we gotta relook at things, and reduce and try and cut department-wide, citywide, and try and recoup this 196,324, or at least try and get close to it in all departments across the city. Equipment, positions, the CPI increase, ways to increase or speed up, get rid of the AWA sewer plant contract and that expenditure. And then all non-essential expenditures be cut, or look at being cut, or look at being reduced. And part of this budget, I still don't see, and Andy, you might correct me on this, I don't see a way to help build back up the reserves again. Of course, we keep taking from reserves. I'd like to see a way to build back to that pop.
Under the current framework, council member, given the fact that you do have a $250,000 base systemic deficit, meaning all things being equal, the way they're set up today, okay, and in the proposed budget. If that all stays the same, yeah, you aren't. You don't have that opportunity. However, you just said, you know, you want to look at different things you can do to cut, or maybe even add revenues in some way, shape or form. And I'm not sure we missed too much there because there's only so many revenues you get. But look at what you might be able to cut that would have an ongoing systemic impact on those deficits in the future.
Exactly. I think everybody with this current, the shape that everybody's in right now, you know, privately and government and everybody else, I think we need to look at across the board making cuts. If we're gonna be asking potentially to raise rates, the city, I think, has to show that it's willing to make good, deep cuts also.
And just a comment, from my perspective, in looking at the numbers that I've been looking at, and seeing the way the city has been doing business, over the last several years, at least over the last, 10, 11 months that I've been looking at your data. There are two things that are really significantly impacting what's going on today versus what has transpired in the past. And that is your police contract is significant. I can't underestimate the significance under that, of that on the budget. It's a lot. You were never paying a dime out of your general fund for police services, not a dime. Okay. That changed overnight. Okay. I mean, it changed to $70,000 to $100,000 that you're going to need to pay, increasingly so as time goes on, for that contract. The second thing is you lost a large TOT payer in this city. It evaporated. Okay. Somebody that was paying tens of thousands of dollars or more into your general fund and revenue is not paying anything into the general fund and revenue anymore. Okay. On top of that, you also have a 49er RV park where a lot of those folks were termed as transients. Okay. And under the code for TOT, they qualified to pay that TOT. Well, a lot of them aren't transients anymore. They live there. Okay. Or they stay there long enough to not be transients. And that revenue base is gone as well. Those two things alone are probably $150,000 to $200,000. So when you look at what's going on in your budget, the majority of those deficits that you see are those two things.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, exactly. To the other part, and then I'll be done, is find a way to help encourage businesses or other hotels, places where we can replace the TOT money, come back in as far as either paperwork or through the planning commission, help these guys out instead of throwing up some roadblocks or whatever. Just try and do our best to help new businesses out. Thank you.
First, thank you for working on presenting a budget, and your presentation was awesome. I have, to be totally frank, I was able to look at this for the first time Tuesday night. So I just don't feel like I've had enough time to go through it and really digest and understand all of it. So, I'm not at a place tonight where I'm willing to pass the budget. I want to echo Rusty's sentiments. He pretty much took most of the words out of my mouth, that we obviously have to make some cuts, and there's going to be people that are really upset about some of the things we cut. And in addition to that, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Margaret, that on July 10th, the 49er issue is going to be on the agenda. Is that correct? I thought I saw that we were going to have it on that agenda.
I believe that's on the 20.
I think it's late. I asked, see if we can move that up at the last meeting.
Oh,
And I told you no.
No, because you're still trying to find all the paperwork dating back
Okay.
40, 50 years.
So it'll be in late July.
The second meeting in July.
Okay. there is absolutely nothing we can do about the Shenandoah Inn at this point. Obviously, anybody who doesn't already know that knows that the tribe acquired it, and as of the time they took property of it, we can no longer collect TOT. So that's done and gone. The 49er, I feel like, is our only hope at this point to possibly rectify that situation. And I think the faster we move on that issue, the better. Yeah, I understand. I just want to take this opportunity to say that I hear all the public comments. Everybody that comes up and speaks about these issues, about personnel issues as related to the budget and not related to the budget. I want to say, just for myself, so that you hear me, I hear you. I know what your feelings are, and I'm hearing them. Do we know what that means for this budget yet? I don't know. At this point, there may be some hard decisions that have to be made. We are not in a good position, and I have some questions that I'll be asking to different staff members regarding different items in the budget, so that I have more clarity before I make any decisions. But I just want you to know that you're being heard. I am listening, and I mean, I lay awake at night thinking about it. So it's not taken lightly. You're not disregarded, and you're not being ignored, at least not by me. So I just want you to know that. And it's important to me that you understand that. And if the fallout from this budget is that some positions are eliminated, that could be the case. There's no, there could be the potential for that to happen. I'm not going to sit here and make any promises on one way or another, but what I do know is I feel strongly that having a budget that doesn't pull from our reserves every year is important, because I don't want to see us end up in insolvency. So, that's where I'm at right now. I'm not for passing the budget tonight. I need more time to look at it and take more time to consider some of these things.
Thank you. Yeah. You're up.
Thank you. Thank you, Andy. And I will also like to echo what Rusty and Wendy have just said. On slide 5, you were talking about activity to date, and you were calling out that it could differ. What would make it differ, and by how much could it change or be different?
Talking about the what?
You were saying the activity to date,
Right.
that it could differ. What would make it differ, and by how much could it change? Is it exponentially? Is it
Make it different? In terms of activity today, if there were some one-time activity, for example, that was out there that I just don't know about. I don't expect that to be the case, because hopefully I know. But I mean, other than that, there's just, on the revenue side, there's just not a whole lot that I think will be different than what's been projected. And on the expense side, things are pretty static. Most everything's posted. And these numbers were looked at just, as late as early last week. So, I tried to get good numbers for you. So.
On slide 17, I was wondering why there is such a huge increase of expenditures for the next fiscal year.
And which fund is that?
Slide 17.
What's the title of the slide at the top?
You know?
I don't have numbered on my slides.
I was trying to be a good boy and write down the slide numbers.
I think your slides are different than our packet. Like, we don't have your slides.
Yeah, I was reading the slide numbers on the bottom left.
You put that back up.
Our pages
Here we go.
aren't numbered.
Yeah, our pages aren't numbered. Wastewater revenues versus expenditures. The expenditures in 24-25 were 757 and change, and for 25-26, you're estimating 839, almost 840.
Okay, so that is,
Where's this big increase in expenditures coming from?
that the water enterprise fund,
Wastewater sewer fund.
757 to 839 for some.
What's on the screen now?
A portion of that is staff, okay? So a portion of that is a staff expense, 77,312, that additional one position that's coming in. Let me look at the detail here.
Is that the operating
Is that
officer position or whatever over the wastewater operator?
Yeah, wastewater operator.
But wouldn't we be getting rid of Amador Water Agency at that point? Shouldn't
Yeah,
that
I
give us?
didn't do it dollar for dollar. So like, there's a little bit more because I don't know what the savings is gonna be. So I just.
Yeah, it will be significantly cheaper than what we're paying AWA.
Yeah, and if it is,
But
that.
we don't know the number.
Yeah, so like I said, this is done conservatively, and I'm not gonna assume that they're gonna completely go away. And I don't know when that position is gonna be filled, if it's gonna be filled in the future. So I left some of the Amador Water Agency contract in there, but that is part of it as well.
Okay, thank you. On the CFD funds, the line items, if we could, again, I don't have a page number, but first page after the CFD.
DOT?
CFD.
Oh, CFD, okay.
My apologies. Just got a couple questions. Under CFD admin costs, would that be who's working on it? What are we billing?
So for the CFD potential?
Correct.
If you had a capital cost, well, you don't have a capital cost for CFD, okay? But if you did have a capital cost, it's what I mentioned about the street repair. So for example, if you had to at some point in time in the future undertake.
That's not what he's asking.
Street
No.
rehabilitation.
I'm asking for line item 769 000 CFD admin costs of $5,000. Who is the admin person?
Oh, that cost, okay, sorry. That cost is actually, at least at capital. That cost is actually for the NBS studies that are done.
Thank you. Building and ground maintenance, you touched on this with the landscape contract. Which, by the way, if that goes through and comes before us again, I'm not sure if it was being negotiated or not, that $25,000, that landscape contract is actually $86,400 for the year. Is that gonna change?
Yes.
Exponentially?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So grounds maintenance, take the building portion out, because what building are we talking about?
That's just the title of the account.
Thank you. Equipment maintenance and repairs of $2,000, is that just lawnmowers and?
Routine things that might come up or whatever. And keep in mind, council member, that the budgets are set up from a base perspective. So we don't do a zero base budget. Okay, meaning you start with nothing and you build everything and you budget that amount. We look at what's been happening in the past, okay, and assume that that's likely to transpire in the future. So that's a lot of those budgeted amounts are because of that.
Right.
Now, if those amounts aren't spent, they're not spent and you don't use them and your fund balance is going to go up.
Would some of those amounts be going away because they would be included in the landscape contract? I mean, for
Could, I mean, the landscape contract is only going to adversely impact Fund 80, the operating budget.
Sure. City attorney fees, I'm assuming that's just paperwork that they work on for the CFD. Is that correct?
For the CFD?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then public works admin staff charges, you briefly touched on that. That's $11,000.
Right.
What specific roles or hours are being charged to that? Do you know?
Well, you'd have to pull the data. I mean, in the past, I've been provided with a reconciliation as far back as we could go, and I want to say it was maybe to, I can't remember if 22, 23 was in there or not, but 23, 24 for sure, where an itemized list was provided to me.
Okay.
And I think I gave that to you. And actually, it's part of this email that you gave me.
Okay. Let's touch base on that
That's
then
what,
again.
that's what I'm
All right.
looking at. Yeah.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you. I have a few questions on some of the stuff. You at one point used the term fully loaded salaries for how you figured stuff. Does that mean what everyone would be at if they were at their max step?
No, what that means is it's what they are being paid at the present time, including the 1.3% with benefits, yes.
Oh, okay, so it's not.
Yeah.
Because one question I had, when I was looking through this, I went back and looked at some of the old budgets that were done and stuff, and the old ones actually had, I don't know, you might have stopped before yourself. It would tell what each position was, and then it used a colored graph to tell where each person was, so you knew what you were paying for each person that worked for the city at that year. And I don't see us, we don't get that anymore. And
We can do that.
yeah, I would really like
Yeah.
to, because it's, I can show you this one here, printed out for a few years. This is like 21, 22, and it just has that colored data.
Right.
And it gives you everybody and what they make.
Right. We can do that.
Yeah, that would be helpful for me.
Okay.
And, because then you know what the position was. And then there's also one they would put in there. It used to list for each employee, it would list their name all the way down. And then it had a column of the percentages. Because the way our budget is right now, a person literally, you have to sit there and look and try and sit there with your phone, calculating and adding up. And it's, yeah, it's I would like it in a column. And I mean,
I can make that a lot more.
Obviously, you could get this off the website, but I show you what I mean if you want after the meeting, give it to you. It's just, you have a column of everything. So there's that. I want to say I'm pretty much completely on the same page as Rusty about what he said. So I believe we need to make cuts, and I believe I'm not, as I said already, I'm not for burning up the reserves. And so that's a big thing. I had a few other questions that maybe I'll tell you what they are so they could possibly be answered the next time we meet, if I can find them in here. I had been wondering for a long time, and I actually looked through here and found a little bit about it. The city owns a house.
The what?
The city owns a house.
Okay.
And I was trying to figure out, because I see expenses on it, and I finally managed to find in the house, and perhaps we just, Margaret just answered us tonight. So I'm looking there at our revenues and stuff, and the best I could tell, somebody rents that, and we only get $950 a month for it, which to me seems outrageously low to rent a ranch house on 80 acres. So I'm kind of curious about that. Why don't we have more revenue?
Sprayfield right next to their house.
Is it? Yeah, well, I obviously get that, but still, I'm curious about bringing in revenues and stuff. So I'd like to know a little bit more about that.
I'll give you the data on that. And I know we bring in the rent revenue.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And then, so on some of these other funds, the question I have, looking at the wastewater enterprise funds, and I see the contract services, AWA listed here, and then it says HR expense allocation, that be human resources allocation. That's a lot of money. I wonder what that means and what the difference is there.
For the AWA contract, or?
Well, no, it's just wastewater expenses. So you have one where it says contract services and it shows 75,000. And then the next line, it's like contract services AWA 100,000. And then you go down HR expense allocation, and I don't know what that means. It's showing $44,600 there.
Okay.
So I just like these things spelled out a little bit more so we understand what each of those are.
I can give you that. The AWA contract is just that. So that is what the city is paying for that contract solely. So it's got its own line item. Other contractual services could be anything that the city is doing with anybody but AWA to buy certain things. So that might be just a line item budget for that particular fund, the wastewater fund.
Yeah.
And then for the HR allocation, so That might have something to do with some of the insurance costs associated with HR, and I'll have to go back in and look at that specifically, but I did look those up because you used to have what are called internal service funds
Okay.
for IT, HR, and then all the costs associated with those activities were actually put in that fund and then allocated out. The problem is when you allocate them out, you don't allocate enough of the cost. Okay, so those funds actually had deficit fund balances as well because all the costs were sitting in there with no allocation out to other funds. So those were decided to be eliminated actually before I came with a budget. So I just kept that going, but there are still some residual costs that are actually remaining as HR costs. I think there's HR costs and there's insurance costs, I think, in there as well, for certain budgets, but I can absolutely tell you what that's for. by
Yeah.
looking it up.
Yeah, and we actually have
Yeah.
that also on the water enterprise one, almost the same amount.
Yep.
And so some of the other ones I understood, I didn't understand that. So yeah, I'd like to get a little more clarity. And then the other thing is obviously we're gonna have to discuss, I don't know, do we do another budget workshop? Or do we do something to continue this tonight and do a budget workshop to decide what we're gonna cut and where, or how should we go about this now?
So that, I'm glad you brought that up because that's my question.
Okay.
If you would like us to put together some sort of a workshop or a format, for you to consider, are these costs you want us to bring back to you, for consideration and consultation with all the staff in the city? Or are they costs that maybe you know about right now that you want to let us know? Or is it more of I'm trying to be as efficient as possible in bringing back to you what you want.
Yeah, and I think and don't mean to speak for anybody else, they can speak up, but I think what we're maybe all want is like a list maybe of actually what we spend each thing, a little bit more than, obviously it's in the budget, but I mean, just spelled out real simple, and we can go over maybe
Right.
and talk about what cuts we might have to make.
You mean for the specific line items?
Yes,
I mean, that seems like it would be an enormous amount of work for every line item.
well, I think just
I actually have an idea. So
Okay,
So we should be able to look at the obvious things, okay? When I say the obvious things, throughout my career in working with the city councils on budgets and things, when they're asking similar questions, we're going to the heart of the matter, the professional services, the contractual services, looking at staff, obviously, and then, how the allocations of staff are out there, and then ultimately how much they cost. We're looking at things like the necessary things. And I say this lightly because you need them. Okay, IT. Okay, you have to have IT, and IT's only gone up and up and up. Okay, and the more technically apt you become, the more it costs. But you can look at IT to see, does it make sense to do something different with IT? What a lot of places do that you probably can't do is consider insourcing IT versus outsourcing IT. Okay, I don't know what that looks like for you. But that's just it. And then looking at things where does it make sense to contract out where existing employees do the work, or vice versa? Does it make sense to hire employees to do work that's currently contracted? The thing with the hire an employee side is you have to consider the pool that you have to draw from, and your location, who wants to come to Plymouth and work here, and sometimes that's very difficult, not just for you.
watch it, Andy.
But for every small city has this issue. Okay, and so but I think I know what you're looking for, and I can definitely work with the city manager to put a list together for you that I think you'll be happy with.
I appreciate you bringing that up. I definitely was curious about some of the things we contract out on, something I'd like this to talk a lot about, bringing more stuff in-house.
Yeah.
I would maybe suggest to do that, the obvious ones, and even if we have to come back to a special meeting and then sit down with the obvious ones first, and then gives us a little bit more time to go through this on our own, and then maybe we can put our heads together at another meeting.
Yeah, and if you go through the budgets on your own and you see some obvious things, you know, that make sense, that you know you want added to this list, please email me and let me know. And, you know,
On that note, because I've used the incorrect email address, can you just email all of us together as a lump sum and
No.
that? I'm sorry?
Brown Act is.
Brown Act.
I'll email all of you his email address.
There we go.
Okay, there,
Thank you.
that's a better.
I'd like to point out that, at the direction of the council last meeting, we are implementing effective January 1st, that for the first quarter of the fiscal year, all employees will be tracking their time so that we'll have an accurate snapshot for a quarter of where all of the employees are spending their time so that we can allocate time appropriately.
Okay.
July 1st or January 1st?
July 1st, sorry.
I was like, wow, January, you're going retro.
I was like, why are we waiting? So.
Right?
In order to cut AWA's contract, we have the need to hire a wastewater treatment plant operator. And I'd like the council tonight to take the give me the authorization to open up that.
We've talked about doing that in the past, but does it have to be agendized for us to do?
It's in the budget.
Okay.
That position is in the budget, and I talked to the city attorney and he said I'll let him talk about it.
Yeah, so if the direction we're going is a continuing resolution to kind of stick with old expenditures, I've prepared that resolution while you all were discussing that and just sent it to Victoria and Dana. We can add an item for that wastewater operator since that is in the budget. So that is before you as one of the considered expenditures. And since we have previously discussed it, I think we could include this one future budget item already, given the past direction. So basically it would be continuing past expenditures plus this one item from the proposed budget.
Within our past budget, we have that.
Okay, so. Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. The only thing I've got to say on this is I spent some time with Andy earlier today and got a lot of my questions addressed. The one thing I think that's being ignored in this is that last meeting, we tabled something that needed to be dealt with to move forward so that we could get our 218 under process under the guise of doing our budget this week. So if we're looking to table this, we have to also take into consideration that could disrupt the 218. So I'm not proponent for or against. I'm just saying that we have to think about that. That is definitely something that, you know, we're kicking the can down the road again. Or do we want to bring it back as a future agenda item for the 218 without the budget and continue with that process so we can move forward?
I think we're in the same place. We can't really move forward on it right now because of the
But I think he's proven that in this, that nothing's changed
I'd be
from the
tabling
workshop
it.
to now in those aspects. So that's all I'm saying is we need to figure, so if we could.
It has changed. The allocations for employees coming out of the water and wastewater accounts is different now than it was previously,
Yeah, but it's not.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I know. Because that's what we discussed.
I think we're still not ready to
Okay,
do that.
then,
That's my
let's go.
opinion.
all right, very good. So I guess we need a consensus to table this and move forward with.
Do we have to make the resolution or anything for? Okay.
Sorry, what was the question?
Well, we're about ready to close this. Do you need us to make an actual resolution that she
Yes.
can't put out and hire the wastewater? And
I'm
with
trying to
it,
clarify whether that was actually listed already in the last budget or if that was just listed in this new budget.
okay.
Can we maybe get 5 minutes to check the old budget and to get that?
You most definitely can. I've been waiting for a recess forever.
Okay, let's do a recess. Okay, call the meeting back to order. And we'll continue on. What? Oh, sorry, what time is it? 8:59. Okay, so what's the will? What's the wishes?
I just want to I have a couple things to say really quick. One is, so this resolution, gives us the opportunity to hire a wastewater treatment plant operator, which should exponentially save us money because currently we are paying AWA well over $100,000 a year for those contract services. By law, we have to have a dedicated wastewater operator, is my understanding. So essentially, to hire somebody at a salary is going to save us an exponential amount of money. Secondly, I know we have somebody currently in training for wastewater, correct, Margaret?
That's correct.
Okay, how many hours a week or how much money would it save us to discontinue that person training for being a wastewater? If we're gonna hire somebody,
We need to back up.
hold on, let me finish my question.
No problem.
If we're gonna hire somebody, then does it make sense for us to continue paying for, I don't know what the cost is involved as far as salary, time allocated towards that, and how long should it take to become a wastewater operator?
Boone, can you help me on the time? I know that it's a 5% increase to go from maintenance worker to
Wastewater.
typically an operator in training is just a 5% boost in pay.
If you're an operator in training, it's a 5% boost. So on the budget. Sorry, I'm trying to find Andy's handy dandy paper here.
In the middle, Fund 50, so.
Okay, but what I'm asking is, sorry. I know everybody's tired, it's late, we still have more to do. Okay. So the person that's currently training to be a wastewater operator, is he being paid under operator in training or is he a maintenance worker?
He's an operator in training.
How much more of this training does he have in order before he's completed?
He has 2 chapters left in the book before he can get some kind of certificate from Sac State. And then he'll have a year of 40 hours a week out at the plant before he can go for his state certification.
So if we eliminated this position, would this person go to a maintenance worker?
He would go back to a maintenance too.
Is there room for him on this plan as a maintenance two, or you would just change the operator in training to a maintenance two?
Correct. He would go back to a maintenance worker too.
I know, but what I'm saying is.
Yes, there's room.
Okay, so.
He currently works 2 hours, maybe 3 hours out at the plant, or if AWA needs assistant changing pumps or work out at the wastewater treatment plant, he works out there. Otherwise, he's in town doing maintenance work.
So we have a job classification for an operator in training who is not performing fully as an operator in training. He's performing a small amount of time, a couple hours a day as operator in training. Is that what you're saying?
And study time, yes.
Boone, can you answer the question, how long it normally takes somebody to become a wastewater operator?
I would say depending on study time and testing, 6 to 8 months with study materials and testing, and then it's a 12-month OIT. So 18 months to, I'd say around 18 months.
And how long has this person been in the position?
I don't know that.
I'm asking Margaret. Thank you, Boone.
2.5 years.
Okay, so
What's the holdup on getting him certified, titled, all the things?
He is working on the last 2 chapters of the book. And we're trying to give him more study time. And other than that, I'm not sure what the holdup is.
Okay, so what I'm gonna lean into here would be if we hire the wastewater treatment plant operator, we either set a timeline for the operator in training to have this done, or we eliminate that position and we put it back to maintenance worker if the person isn't gonna get it done, would be my thought process. If it's gonna save us money.
I'd like to start with a deadline before we just eliminate it, since he's been working for so long.
Yeah, that makes sense.
With that, we hire the wastewater operator. Doesn't he need backup at some point?
Yes, days off and vacations, and that's what this person would be ultimately.
Yeah, so we'd have to have 2 on staff.
Yes.
But the person that's in the training, once he completes it, we're not paying him at the same level as a wastewater operator. We're paying him it's just a 5% increase as a backup person.
So if I could just real quick here, the continuing resolution is really to maintain the status quo for the most part here. The reason we've added the wastewater treatment plant operator position is because we've identified that as an immediate opportunity to save some costs over what the city's paying AWA. I would avoid trying to make too many more modifications to this, because that gets into adopting kind of a partial budget. And really, that's more of a policy level discussion that I think what I've heard tonight, the council wants to have on a more holistic basis in the future once we have more information for you.
Okay.
Oh.
No, I was gonna say, call the question. Go.
Sure.
Yeah.
Or you want us?
I think that was it. Does anyone have any questions? Any other council members?
I had a couple, but I think Wendy was pretty thorough there and answered my question. Well, I'd say and answered the questions I had in my mind. Thank you. I think we just go ahead and get this done. We've talked about it enough in the past doing this.
I would also like to suggest we do another public comment opportunity, since we did add this continuing resolution, just to give everybody a fair chance.
Yeah, I think a good idea.
On what the council's doing.
Yep, thank you. So I will open it up for public comment once again, since we made some tweaks and changes. Is there anyone that wants to come up and speak?
And I believe there are copies of the resolution available if you haven't already gotten one.
Okay, I guess seeing none, we'll close public comment. Oh, okay.
Rosemary Marino Moody, Plymouth. I'm just a little confused here. If he says it takes about 6 months to do this certification and he has 2 chapters left, how many chapters was in this book? That has taken 2.5 years. I mean, to me, I would be kind of worried that this person isn't able to do this job.
I'm speculating that he's also working full-time while going to school and getting the cert. So work, I think, was getting in the way, I'm assuming.
It just seems odd and yeah,
This is why I requested that maybe we put a timeline to get this done.
yeah, 'cause it just seems really odd to me. Because we've had sewer operators in the past that have done this, gone through the training, and they were done in 6 months. So you're talking, he's got to finish this, plus he's got to do a year. So by the end of all of this, it'll be at least a 4-year process to get him certified under this. And it just makes me wonder whether this person is really can do it. I mean, I don't know. I don't know who it is. I don't know his experience, but it sounds to me like maybe they're struggling with this and maybe it isn't a job for him. I don't know. That was my question.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're all having that concern.
Well,
I just want to ask, so, I mean, you're thinking the right ballpark here. I mean, you got to do what you got to do to save some money. Now, can this guy go back after? I mean, this doesn't.
Go back after what?
Goes back to the training or goes back to the books? Is he?
He's doing
given
it.
the time to do the training and doing the studying? Does he have to leave here to go to school or? What's the training?
It's an online class, so the studying is here. But he keeps getting pulled out to the field. Is the problem.
As a maintenance guy, not
Mhm.
city guy, sewer guy.
Mhm.
Well, I'm just saying, if you knock him down, regular maintenance, can he still come back to that if he chooses to?
Oh, I see what you're asking. Like if he at some point
You're
decides.
snagging it away from him. He's got 2.5 years into it. Now he's got to have some knowledge to it. But right now, because of the budget, it sounds like you're gonna have to do this.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you for that. Just one clarification. I'm a little confused. So in jobs I worked in the past, you wanted to promote up, you did that stuff. You did it on your own time, like you went to night school or whatever to put in and be qualified for a promotion or something. So we're paying the person all day to sit and study. Is that what I'm hearing? Or for it? Or they're going on the clock, doing everything on the clock and not working on it on their own?
He's been given study time at work because there are some things he has to be at the wastewater treatment plant to do. To watch. And so while he's out there, he doesn't have to physically have his eyes on what he's watching. And so he's been able to be in the office studying during that time.
Oh, okay.
All right, well, I'm gonna go ahead and if no one has anything else, I'm gonna go ahead and motion to adopt a resolution to the city count of the city council of the city of Plymouth approving the interim expenditures prior to adoption of the budget for fiscal year 2025-2026.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Felina,
Aye.
Councilmember Hornish,
Aye.
Councilmember Cranford,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunn,
Aye.
Mayor Amoruso.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes.
moving on to 7.2. Informational report on the Caltrans walking trail. And we have 2 gentlemen from Caltrans here tonight to do a presentation.
Yes, we have Anthony Presto, Chief Public Information and Legislative Affair Officers from Caltrans District 10, and Daniel Haw, Program Project Manager from District 10. And I asked them to be here tonight due to conversation between George Reconstruction and our superintendent that they were not going to pave the driveways that were not currently paved. They were not going to pave the easements across those driveways. And so it was going to go asphalt, gravel, where those driveways were located. And so I kind of took a little bit of issue with that because it's a walking trail. Cause that's how it was presented in 2022. Was described as a 10-foot wide walk and bike trail, according to the 2022 staff report. And so, plus it doesn't give a very good aesthetic look for the community, and whoever's responsible for the upkeep, it's a lot more. But Caltrans representatives are here. They have a PowerPoint presentation for you, and they can answer any questions that the council has on the issue.
Hi, my name is Daniel Ha. I'm a project manager for this Premier Trail project. I just going to briefly go over what we talked about during the December 12, 2022 meeting, and also what we have changed since then. I based on that presentation so that you could compare what has changed. So this project is funded by the Clean California Project. This is the purpose of this project is enhance and beautify State Route 49 while serving the historically underserved community of Plymouth. And there's a need for a trail system along State Route 49 that will enhance the safety for the community. Need also, it also stated that there's also need exists to enhance the beautiful by the roundabout that has been deleted. So that's why you see the strikeout on the presentation. Next slide, please. So what we proposed was a trail system, and what's seen on the left was presented during the 2022 presentation, and it shows as a typical section of a class 1 bike way with an 8-foot wide with 2% cross slope. I have added the wording of a definition of trails from our design manual. We call it highway design manual. It's like a Bible for us to design the highways and facilities. So on that 1003.4, it states that a typical trail is unpaved, not a paved. You could see it here is a recreational use for hikers, pedestrian, equestrian, and off-road bicycle. So class 1 is more of the road bicycle rather than off-road. So it's kind of upgrade that what we are proposing. And it called out to the DIB, it called Design Information Bulletin 82. And it really point out to the federal guideline. So we don't have really per se a lot of pages how it's designed the trails. But that's why we were looking at the bike path design so that we could design based on that. But it really doesn't say to pave the trails, but we are paving the trails. Next slide, please. So this is what we showed during the presentation. It shows the blacktop between Zinfandel Parkway to the Main Street, all the way to the PG&E substation. Next slide. So there was some full revision from that, the one that I just was sharing from the previous slides. So the start of trail, we started a trail that about 795 foot east of the concept layout. We cut that section 795. And second one is that we are working with the city to connect the trail from the Plymouth Veterans Parkway and roundabout. As I was talking about in the first, that roundabout design has been deleted. And number 4 is, and the trail is about 335 foot short. So concept length was 4,668 feet linear foot. We reduced about 1,130. So we end up about 3,538 foot. So you will see the notes here that I indicate that the reasoning for the start the trail about 395 east of the concept was to avoid the wetland. And the on the number 4, apparently there was an Indian Creek watershed area, so we couldn't go beyond that. So that's why it was cut short on 335 foot linear foot. Next slide, please. So I believe Sam Sherman, when he presented, he showed this slide. This is just the alternative. He was sharing an idea how we're going to go to connect to the all the way to the Zinfandel. So right now we are exploring the there's a project that we're trying to initiate to connect all the way to Zinfandel, but we have to compete with the other project as well. So it's not active yet, but we're looking into it. Next slide, please. So so on the top is the one that I was previously sharing. On the bottom is the contract plan, actual contract plan. So the contractor is working with the bottom sheet right here. So as I was sharing earlier, we are starting a little bit east of where we was going to start from the concept. So you see the arrows where we are, the construction actually starts all the way just west of the RE Village. And you'll see that picture of that. I think Sherman also shared that picture where the wetlands are. So where all the overgrown bushes. So right now, as I was sharing earlier, we are looking at how we're going to connect all the way to Zinfandel, but that project has not been active yet. Next slide, please. So this is a continuation. So it goes to Veterans Parkway and then it goes to the other side of the road and continue all the way just to west of the power stations. That just west of the power station is where that Indian Creek watershed is. So we had to cut it short. I think Margaret was sharing how the trail is not continuous. So I put 1, 2, 3, and 4 where we are in construction. They're trying to look at how we're going to revise it so that it's continuous trail instead of a disconnection between one end to the other. So on that, if you see the number 1 on the blue number 1 where the TNT fireworks, I believe that's not. I don't know. Is that a store? That was on the Google Maps, so I just put it in there.
That gets set up once a year.
Yeah. So that location, at the later stage of the design, we found out that we need a separation between the trail and the highway. So we had to put something between it. So we're putting at the location, we're putting a medium guardrail separating the trail and the highway. So designer, our consultant who was on board until last June, he had to make a quick decision, to have the medium guardrail continuous and block the driveway, or just stop it there and then continue after the driveway. So this project really was we had to do it in 2 months. Otherwise, we will lose the fund. So we had to hurry up and finish it up. Traditionally, our projects are 4 years long. but we have to wrap it up 2 months. Otherwise, we're not gonna have the trail. So we have to make a quick decision. So one of the things that designer did was that he cut it before the driveway and then after the driveway. So right now, construction is taking a look at how we're going to just make it as a driveway, paved driveway, instead of a gravel driveway. What is existing number one? And then continue the path. On the two, on the bottom, he didn't know there was existing driveway, so that was an overlook. So we're gonna discontinue that the fence between the trail and the highway. On three, the construction towards that the cross slope is too much. So they're going to correct the cross slope at the location number 3, where the Amador Wine Shop shipping company is at. And number 4, also designer overlook and apparently blocked the driveway. So construction is gonna redo that. And lastly, near the PG&E station, and he didn't realize that that was the asphalt driveway. So construction is trying to rebuild that area as well. Next slide, please. So this is a revised proposal on those number 4 locations. And I put a Google map view of where those divisions are. So construction is working hard right now to revise at that location, so the trail will be continuous along. Next slide. So this shows the revised schedule. So this project, there was a lot of issues going on during the design stage. So that's why it's delayed about 1.5 years to finish the projects. Next slide, please. And also the budget almost went twice. There was so many things that was added during the design that will cause the total cost to go up. So right now I'm looking for additional budget as well. So because the Clean California project has a limited amount of fund, it's really hard to get additional fund, to ask for additional fund to revisions.
Does this go to public comment before us?
Well, thank you for that presentation. So,
Thank you for that, yes.
I'm gonna put it for public comment. Robert?
Were there studies done during our winter months on this project?
What kind of study?
Some of your sidewalks are below grade.
Oh, yeah, right now, designer is looking to see that they put out track profile.
Yeah, because you got one at the end of by the 49er. It goes across to Pokerville. That whole section right there is nothing but a river during our winter months, all the way to that ditch. That's the big one that I noticed. But some of the other ones where the water flows is up below the grade too.
Thank you for that.
Elizabeth Pinotti. I appreciate Margaret figuring out that it wasn't going to be paved. From the presentation, I couldn't figure out, is it going to be all the way paved? Is there going to be pavement from point A to the end of it?
So it's not going to be on the north side. At the beginning of the
No, I understand that it crosses over, but is the entire length of the path going to be paved?
yes, for now, yeah. So that's some of the the contract plan does not show this continuous, but we were working on to make sure this.
Okay, all right. And is there a plan within the relative short future to continue it all the way to Zinfandel Ridge, or is it just gonna end?
For this project, just west of the RV park.
Okay, with all due respect, if the original plan was presented and approved to go all the way to Zinfandel Ridge, why does the city of Plymouth have to suffer or have something taken back that was promised to us because of someone didn't do their due diligence?
We did try for there, but because of the environmental issue, we couldn't go all the way.
I understand that, but you showed a bridge. And when you were proposing the project and when designers were building the projects and going out and looking at what the road was, what your road was, it just seems to me that it isn't really fair for our community to have something that just dead ends when you have a solution and you promised us a full executed project from point A to point B. And I know that you're just the designer. I completely know that it's not you, but I'm just saying that we were told and a project was approved. And if Margaret hadn't been paying attention, and wasn't even here when it started, if she hadn't been paying attention, it would have been piecemeal as it is and would have fallen apart, starting here, ending there. And now we're not getting from where it was supposed to start to where it was supposed to end. And I know how these projects go. It'll just sit there there'll never be a bridge. It'll never end. We will be forgotten, with all due respect. That's all I wanted to say.
No. Mike, you're gonna say? Okay, I guess not. So any other public comment? Yes, you may. Can you come up to the mic? Can you come up to the mic? Thank you.
When the Sam Sherman, he's a better speaker than me, so he probably better speak better. But when he was presenting, that was just the concept. We didn't even went into environmental study or design study at all. So he was just presenting pure concept. So as we were studying because of the environmental issue, we had a choice between some trail or no trail. Right? So we thought that the community is served better having some trail but no trail. So that's the direction we took.
Thanks, Daniel.
I'm sorry. I have one question for you. If I understand right, just for clarification for the public, with the environmental issue coming up with the wetland and stuff, that set you back a year or two. And then with the increase in construction materials and everything that goes along with it, that's now much higher than you had originally projected based on that too. Is that not true?
I would say when this concept was developed, they were way underestimated. And I'm struggling because they only gave us $60,000 for construction oversight support. So they give us a penny to work on this. So yeah.
And you did say that you're gonna go for another grant, right, to finish it at some point?
Right now, we need additional money to end the construction. So that's why did ask for the additional money. It's getting tough because this is the end of the program. So I gotta wrap it up. They're trying to wrap it up. They have very limited funds right now.
So it probably won't be finished or go through.
It will probably go through. But
so you're looking to get the extra funds to finish it?
Yeah.
To Zinfandel.
Just to finish this project.
Oh, just finish what we.
Yeah, what we have, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And you said you were kind of competing with another project.
That's the
Yeah.
Please, we gotta keep a little order in this room. Michael, are you coming up?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so. Michael Spinetta from Hawksview. I love connectivity stuff because I think we should all be connected. Not existentially, guys. So is there a way where the sidewalk comes and ends from Zinfandel? Is there any way to extend that out? I mean, even if we're gonna stop and have a no path, can they have any extension from Zinfandel out on that, just that
Just
sidewalk?
due shy of the creek?
Yeah, just, and I mean, I don't know if you can over
If, if I understood the gentleman right, that end of it was in conceptual in the presentation. It was never planned from that
never planned.
wetland to Zinfandel Ridge in the original presentation 2-3 years ago, 4, 5, whatever it was. That the project was going to stop at the ditch or the wetland as the state
It
sees
never
it.
connects to Zinfandel.
And the connection was conceptual.
Okay. Okay, think so.
Sure. You're a citizen.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Kanan Quinn, City of Plymouth Public Works. I had just a couple questions and concerns. As you all know, our county Super Bowl, the fair, is coming up soon. And as you all know, probably 60 to 70% of our parking is under construction right now. And so with that being said, my next question was, when the trail is finished, sir, is that bike path going to be traffic rated, or is it not going to be rated for automotive?
It's not.
Okay, so my next question is then, would you guys then be putting up no parking signs all along where said bike trail is to prohibit that happening and tearing up a fantastic project?
You know, that was not that okay for traffic, so I don't see why we should put up parking.
Well, of course not. I understand that. What I mean is for the fair and any of other public events that do go on in town, parking and parking lots are very limited in size, and we get a lot more people than the infrastructure of our town can handle. So 49, whether we like it or not, usually ends up being our unofficial overflow parking. So I'm not being critical. I just mean for the sake of people's safety and for the sake of not damaging this project. I was wondering if that was something that would maybe need to be looked into.
He has a valid point. They have parks on the side of the road.
Yeah, didn't they say there was fencing though along it? And
I
they
don't know if there's any fences, is there? Is there any guardrails? Oh, then there won't be parking. Okay.
Okay.
On one side.
On the, okay. Okay, so the north half on the east side of the, it will have a continuous guardrail, except for the driveways like you were talking about?
Yeah.
I'm thinking about asking to table these two.
Oh, okay, where, and just for curiosity, like I said, I haven't gotten a chance to look into that. Okay, gotcha. Excellent.
Wrap this up, we can knock those two out.
Okay.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comment? Last opportunity. Okay.
I don't understand the guardrail. My name is David Moser. I looked at the construction document.
Turn on the mic. Can you turn the mic on?
My name.
Turn it on.
Bam, there it is. My name's David Moser. I don't know the construction documents, but you know, hearing the gentleman speak about the guardrail and the fence, that was one of my questions. I guess I understand that separation. I don't know what that's gonna look like with a fence, but that's here nor there. My question is back to the driveway aprons. So in the construction documents, the driveway aprons, were they, and this trail, is this an ADA trail? Talking about 2% cross slope?
No.
it does not meet ADA.
No.
So that then when you're going along and you have a difference of, the pavement versus the gravel, then that, obviously that doesn't meet ADA, yeah.
Trail. It's not
Okay, it's a
considered-
trail.
Yes.
Okay,
That's the way it was described to me.
because,
Trail, not-
if it
and that has
was,
different guidelines.
yeah, uninterrupted surface, then
Correct.
it's out to lunch.
Right.
Okay, all right. So I guess it'll get figured out. Yeah.
All right, any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, I close it. Wendy, go.
I am
Explode.
going to explode. I'm sure you're a lovely, so. I'm sure that,
Didn't mean to shut you out.
yeah, you did.
I was trying to.
Yeah. I'm sure you're lovely. This is not towards you at all, but this is an absolute, let me ask a question before I get too far into this. My first question is, who decided we needed these walking trails? Was it somebody in Plymouth or was it Caltrans?
Actually, it was Doug, Sim.
Imagine that.
Went and looked for it.
So, first of all, we didn't need the walking trails to begin with. Second of all, I live where I can watch the construction regularly. I have to walk past. There are going to be a plethora of issues and problems that come from this, because one that was pointed out earlier is the flooding that happens at the edge of the 49er every single year. All of that's going to be underwater. There was the fact, I actually appreciate your candor and your candidness and just saying like, oh yeah, we rushed this because we were going to lose the funding, because it's evident that that is what happened. It's evident it was rushed because it essentially has torn up the sides of our road on Highway 49. We are now going to have huge impacts to surface street parking during our fair. I know you're not from here, so I know that us saying our fair doesn't mean anything to you. Our fair is literally, as Kanan said, the Super Bowl of Amador County. We attract people from all over outside of this county for our fair. #1 small county fair, just saying. The roadways are blocked. The other issue I have is if you're gonna do construction during the fair, it is going to be a holy hell nightmare. Construction needs to stop that week. If it doesn't, and I'll give you the dates if you need them, but if you have construction that week, it will be absurd. It just can't happen. Our fair draws a huge number of people. So surface streets are going to be highly impacted. Water is going to be a major issue. And frankly, from what I can tell, it's going to be hideous because of the way it's stopping and starting, stopping at the waterways. It's just not a project that should have ever been done in the first place, in my opinion. I wasn't here at the time, so that's on my bad for not having public comment at the time. But I think this was a complete waste of resources. And now we're hearing you don't even have funding to finish what you started. And if it's anything like anything else with the state of California, that means it'll never get finished. So that's where I stand on this issue. I'm horrified by what's gone on.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but most of your work is being done at night, correct? So
Yes, from 6 p.m. to 4 a.m.
Oh,
Yeah, it's going to be a problem.
so tell them when the fair is.
It starts July 31st, but people are going to start hauling all of their cattle and livestock in on Tuesday, the 29th. Yep. And so the few days leading up to that, you're going to have other vendors coming in to set up. So livestock's going to come in on the 29th. The actual fair will start on the 31st, and it goes until Sunday, August 2nd. And then the following Monday, August 3rd, you're going to have everybody in there. You're going to have the big trucks hauling livestock out. You're going to have people coming. It's going to be a mess. So yeah,
You know,
it's
the other issue too is that the way it is currently, and I'm not sure how much progress we can see, but I don't want anything to get ruined, so I'm not sure how we would even prevent people from going off-road there, parking and.
You won't.
Well, one thing I'll say real quick is because I worked in earth moving construction for a lot of years. And they always put that something's going to take a lot longer than it's going to. So they have it as September. Based on what I'm seeing out there, I think that the majority, as far as the earth moving and the paving, is probably going to be done. That's 5 weeks out. I think most of that will be finished. And if they don't agree with that, they say so. But just based on when I was in that business and looking at what I'm seeing, I think the majority of this will be done.
Well, that's a good question. When do you project the project to be finished? Oh, for final. But when is your hardscape part of this gonna be done?
The earth moving and paving.
And the paving, yeah. No problem.
Boone wants to say something.
Yeah. Boone.
They'll have the hardscaping done, but.
You gotta do the mic.
In talking with the superintendent in charge of the project, they said that the paving should be done by the 25th.
Well, let's hope that happens. If it doesn't, I would definitely take it back to the superintendent and say that week needs to be taken off. That's pretty close to the date that we would, so. If there's any delays, then that bumps it into that week, so.
Might be already in the contract, I have an extra check. There are certain days that they have to avoid. You might be already in the contract, but, I.
All right, Rusty? Holger? What? Anything? Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate your time and
Thank you for coming out.
appreciate you coming in. Sorry for keeping you so late. Yeah, it was just a presentation.
Oh, I knew that, I meant
But
public stuff. Now we're going.
yeah, we have 7-3 and 7-4.
Knock those ones out pretty fast, I think.
I was gonna ask to push them off because we got other stuff in closed session, but Don seems to really wanna bite into them, so.
I think that they're both minor things that will get done real quick.
Well, maybe not. You never know with this council.
Are we wrapped up with the
So
7.2?
Yeah,
Considering eliminating the tribe and the ad hoc committee having all,
sorry.
What did we decide on 7.2?
There's nothing to.
there was nothing decided.
I think that was just an update from them, presentation.
Are we gonna
No
submit a
action
formal letter?
needed.
Thank you again, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes. 7.3, consider eliminating the tribal ad hoc committee having all issues come to the full council. Margaret.
So at the June 12th meeting, Councilwoman Cranford requested that we bring this item forward for discussion tonight. Staff recommends maintaining the existing tribal ad hoc committee structure to ensure continuity in discussions and representation during intergovernmental meetings. This format remains the most effective approach as it's highly unlikely that the tribe would attend a council present to present items during a formal council meeting. This is simply not part of the standard practice in negotiating. To support transparency, staff would provide a summary report at the next city council meeting following any ad hoc meeting with the tribe. This would keep both the council and the public informed and allow council to determine if any action is needed based on those discussions. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Public comment?
Rosemary Marino, Moody, Plymouth. This committee, who does it consist of? Who's on the committee?
Wendy and I.
City staff.
And city staff. And is it open for public to participate?
No,
So there's really no,
it's common practice
Transparency.
for negotiations.
yeah, okay,
It comes here to be, would be here for transparency at the next meeting
okay.
and discussions.
Yeah, so just to explain that a little bit more, the ad hoc committee is basically the negotiation team, and then any decisions that come out of recommendations from the ad hoc would come to the full council. The ad hoc committee doesn't have the power to authorize anything. It's really more advisory to the council.
Correct. I think it's important because again, do we have further negotiations coming our way? Well, it doesn't seem like anyone went because I just moved on. So I'll close public comments. So yeah, I think let's go with Holger. Let's switch it up a little bit.
If we proceed with this and eliminating the ad hoc committee to the tribe, do we lose any and all representation during the meetings, or what is the reporting?
So the way
Look
that would
like-
look is then basically staff would be left to having discussions with the tribe about ongoing issues rather than having representatives from the council there as well.
Because negotiations are going to happen no matter what.
Yes, basically staff would be left to kind of decide and make recommendations to the council rather than consulting with the ad hoc members on what recommendations would look like.
Yeah, you're next.
Thank you.
Well, doesn't it also just make it that any negotiating is just done here at the council in public, in open session? I mean, and we just put it on the agenda if they want to talk about something and come up like anyone else.
Negotiating agreements and things like that in open session doesn't really work. It doesn't lead to a very constructive process. So we'd strongly recommend against that approach.
Rusty?
We haven't heard a whole lot about what's going on. Is there any negotiations to be left? What's doing? They're building it. They're on their own land. What negotiations are left?
We are currently exploring the contractual relationship or the possibility of recommending a contractual relationship for a portion of the project. We're currently exploring the potential for a contractual relationship with the tribe on a portion of the project.
I have heard very little of what's going on out there over the last couple of months I've been on council.
Yes, this is ongoing and we're very close to bringing something back to the ad hoc, but we're holding off on that pending this discussion.
I guess my follow-up question, if I may, would be then to Wendy, since she brought it forth to eliminate the ad hoc. What was your reasoning for the possibility of eliminating it?
So I have a few reasons. One is obviously transparency within the city to our constituents. Exactly what Rusty just said is you almost hear nothing about it whatsoever until an ad hoc meeting happens. And then in the previous city council members, they didn't even report out from the ad hoc. And this is quite possibly the largest, most impactful project that's ever happened in our city and will be the most impactful, largest project that ever does probably happen in our city. And I think it's fair for the citizens to know what's going on a regular basis. So there's that. Secondly, within the ad hoc committee, in negotiations, and Andreas, feel free to interrupt me if I say something I shouldn't, okay? Yeah, I don't want to make you come out of your chair. In prior discussions within the ad hoc committee, it seemed as though everybody was on board with certain decisions, and that decision then resulted in not having a wastewater treatment or wastewater agreement, with the tribe. It was brought to my attention that it was possibly thought that I intentionally tried to do something to prevent that contract from happening, which is not true at all. And so in my mind, I see no issue with our competent attorneys hammering out an agreement and a negotiation, bringing that before council for us to then vote on. I think that they do this all the time. They know what they're doing. They know how to handle these things. And so I don't see an issue, no matter if there's an ad hoc committee or not, the decision has to come before council if we have a contract, period, the end. So the city attorneys or city staff cannot make any decisions that are permanent for our city, nor can the ad hoc committee. So to me, removing the ad hoc committee and allowing the decision to come before the full council from the get-go is a better option and a healthier option for the council and for the city. Really, that's what it boils down to. I just think at this point, essentially the wastewater agreement that we had, we were already kind of basically streamlined most of that contract. And I don't think that the next contract would be all that much different anyway. Maybe some numbers would change, but ultimately that's going to have to come before a full council to make a decision. I'm not going to be the scapegoat for the reason that something doesn't happen with the tribe. That's not happening. So, for me, I think that it's the best interest of our citizens and the city to have everything just out in the open and come before a full council. Does that answer your question, Holger?
It certainly does. And to me, my takeaway from that is that no matter who says what and reports back, somebody is reporting back. We don't necessarily need to have the ad hoc committee to do that, since we're entrusting you with that.
Correct. The reason we still recommend keeping the ad hoc is you all live here. You all know what the needs of the community are. And so you're the best situated to advise us on where to steer negotiations.
I've been asked one time what my views are about the casino when I was interviewed. That's it. I'm concerned that my and the people I know here, council views, not all council members' views are getting represented.
So another option would be to assign different council members to the ad hoc. That's another option.
I can say one thing, getting back to what you just said a minute ago about, because we all live here and to talk to people. With you and other attorneys in your office negotiating, you're not bound by the Brown Act to call each of us up. You could call up and ask us, as long as you don't say what the other person said and we don't talk to each other. You could always call and get our individual opinions on what you're doing contractually.
I can get individual opinions. It just gets really hard to kind of wrangle that into a consensus absent a public meeting.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you're in your negotiations and you're wondering how the council members feel about something, you have the option. You could call any one of us whenever you want and start asking and questioning us about it and know where we're at on things, where we can't do that with each other. So I don't necessarily think that that's a viable reason to keep the ad hocs, all I'm saying.
Can I make a motion and then if it passes, it passes? Oh, sorry.
A little bit.
I didn't know you had to defend yourself.
Well, you're at the words that you spoke, kind of put it out there. I'm sorry that you mistook whatever comment I made that night as some pointed thing, because it was very openly just what it was.
Yeah. You're talking about.
Okay.
Okay. From an outside person looking in right now too, I don't know what happened and transpired, so I'm not sure.
So with that being said, I mean, just to me, I think it's very important to have this, like he says, our community, put us on this council to do the business of the city, which is having those, needs met, which is doing it ad hoc. So I think, to me, getting rid of the ad hoc is not the best interest of the citizens at whole. And you have to have differing views at all times. I mean, we're not gonna agree to disagree on lots of things and, you know, up here. So I don't think that just wiping something away because of disagreements makes a sound decision. So as far as I'm concerned, personally, I would say if, you know, we just move forward and if, you know, someone doesn't want to do it, then we can get other council member to take that space.
So how do the other council members that are not involved with the ad hoc committee get their 2 cents in? You know, on the ad hoc committees, that this is a huge deal for this town. I think there's a lot of missed opportunity that's happened in this town over this, and I have to go back to, I don't think, and everybody might disagree here, but I don't think we're getting, how are we gonna get listened to?
So I think we could address that by having the ad hoc report after any time the ad hoc meets and discusses
That was a
anything.
good option.
Should kind of report back to the whole council to get a chance for some feedback.
Will it be on the agenda so it
Yes,
happens?
we would list that as one of the reports.
It was already listed as an ad hoc report at the end. And I gave a report, but shit had already hit the fan. That was the report. So that's my issue, is you're reporting on something that's already happened and already taken place, not something that you're getting to put in input before it happens. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we're getting to hear about after the fact. And we're trying to figure out
So
a
how
way
does
to
that
have
mean?
more of input instead of just reaction.
I have one follow-up to that. If we did decide to end this ad hoc tonight and in 3 weeks, a month, whatever, we decide it doesn't work, what's to keep us from saying, well, gee, we do need the ad hoc and we'll just vote on it and put it back in place?
Absolutely nothing. It's totally a valid option.
Okay, so if there's members up here who feel like they want to try going this direction, doing it without the ad hoc, I don't see a reason we don't give that a try if that's how people feel.
I feel quite indifferent on this, or at least I'm struggling internally because either way, I don't see a good, a different outcome. No matter who does the reporting, we're still feeling like we're behind the 8 ball. And that is my main issue.
But that's how ad hoc committees work. I mean, when we did the sheriff one, you know, we came and reported when we had something to report. If we didn't have nothing to report, we didn't report it. So, I mean, that's how it works. It's not about being beyond the 8 ball. It's just about, it's how.
Well, that might be the issue, is how it works, is I think is what we're pushing against, is exactly how ad hoc committee works. Two people are appointed or volunteer for it. They report back what they do and whatnot. And without any discussion or any meetings, if we can have them, about what our views are and what's upcoming and just not what's happened. That's all I think we're trying to get to, is how can we be there before and not just hear it after.
I think we tried it one way. A lot of people feel it's not working for them. Let's try it the other way. And if that doesn't work, we'll move back. I think we make a motion on this. I think that's where I'm at. Let's just make a motion, and it's 10 o'clock and we got more on the calendar.
I'll make a motion. Do you want to walk me through how to motion this since it's not spelled out?
A motion.
Just eliminating.
To eliminate the ad hoc
Okay.
committee.
I would like to motion to eliminate the tribal ad hoc committee and have all issues come before the full council.
I second that.
Council member,
Do we have to add the portion to it that we're leaving it open to create another ad hoc?
No, you could always just do that.
Thank you.
council member Felina,
Aye.
council member Hornish,
Aye.
council member Cranford,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunn,
Aye.
Mayor Amoruso.
Nay.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right, moving on to 7.4. Discuss opening City Hall all day on Fridays. Margaret.
Thank you. As a quick update, City Hall reopened to the public on Fridays in May 2025, returning to the pre-pandemic hours of 8:30 to noon. After evaluating the current operations, staff recommends maintaining this half-day schedule for several reasons. Friday afternoons have become essential for staff to complete administrative tasks, processing time-sensitive items, preparing bank deposits, and preparing for the following week. This uninterrupted time significantly boosts our efficiency and reduces the need for overtime. This could also lend for a training opportunity for the office staff. Lastly, while we considered alternatives such as staying open until 2, staff believes that we would reduce needed time for tasks. All staff continues to work full Fridays on adjusted schedules, ensuring full 8-hour days are covered while supporting both flexibility and productivity. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Open for public comment?
Good evening. I'm Conrad Von Scheck, resident of Plymouth. And I'm here because I do believe that City Hall needs to be open to the public during normal business hours, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. This is common practice across most municipalities in the country. How can a well-staffed City Hall be closed during a regular business day? If you have priorities to do, figure it out. When I worked for a municipality and we had a shortage in staff, guess what? I had to leave the back office and sit at the front counter greeting people. You figure it out. If you need an uninterrupted time, then you go to your coworker and say, hey, I need interrupted time. Can you watch the front counter for me? This goes from the top down. So if Margaret needs to greet people on certain times when she may be doing work that could be interrupted, that's what she needs to do. You figure it out. I'll be more than happy to come in here and assist putting a plan together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Shut the mic off.
Okay, I can do it.
Oh, never mind.
I got it.
Peter did it. Sorry. I didn't.
I have magic.
So we don't cancel.
No, we still have public comment. Any public comment? Okay, seeing no public comment, I close public comment. Holger.
Just out of curiosity, do Fridays matter? Well, let me rephrase. What if we took any other day to made it a half day, a Monday, a Wednesday, whatever, instead of Fridays? Does that change anything?
We do all of our banking on Fridays just because it's the last day of the week. So we do, but that's just when we do all of our banking. So we do all of our.
So banking is the crux or the largest portion of the reasoning to have a half day there.
Banking is a big portion, yes.
How many hours and how many people does it take to do the banking, I suppose?
We have 3 different people doing banking on Fridays.
And it would take you 4 hours, I suppose, then?
It doesn't take 4 hours, but we have 3 different employees working 3 different hours on Fridays that are doing deposits. And yes, I could force them all to work the standard 8-hour day that they do normally. But they've all during the pandemic been allowed to work a different work schedule. And they've all been accustomed to working those schedules. I have one employee who takes her mother to medical appointments and such on Friday. So she comes in earlier. And there are times when she does her bank deposit in the morning, but then people making their payments in the Dropbox or the mail doesn't get their payment included in the bank deposit, which could then in turn lead to late fees on their utility bills. Because their bank deposit's not, their payment's not getting done if it's on the 15th. It could
Go talk to her. Go talk to her during business hours. She'll explain more, right?
We did consider doing it till 2 and staff talked about it. City Hall, from what I understand, has never been open past noon on Fridays. when
Can I interrupt you 1 second?
you can.
Miss Gloria, were you always closed at noon on Fridays? Prior to that, you were open till,
There's only 5 of us.
Yeah, it's twice the 3 times bigger than what we get.
We only have 5 in City Hall.
I think she meant 5 can total, or
she meant 5 total.
5 for the city, I think is what she meant, not 5 for City Hall.
I'm also looking, I mean, the 15th, I mean, I know it's not as easy as saying like, you know, A, B, and C, and then we're done. But I'm looking at the 15th being the one where we have to drop off our checks in the mail here, or in the box. In April, it was a Tuesday. In May, it was a Thursday. In June, it was a Friday, it was a Sunday. So I'm not,
We also have online bill pay, so it's not really, I mean, if
I'm just
somebody,
wondering if there's room to streamline things. And without putting anybody out, you know, I mean, elderly care is very important, certainly. But I'm just wondering, is there room where we can make some changes?
We can always make changes.
I'd say I appreciate the Gloria that's in here tonight. I remember when I moved to the city, it seemed like there wasn't half days. It seemed like they were open all the time. So that clarifies for me about when it happened. And I get, you know, that on a lot of these things, we talk about pre-pandemic, post-pandemic stuff, and people got used to things one way because of the pandemic. Well, the pandemic's over. It's been over, huh? It's been over for a long time, and we need to quit, I think, bringing up things are this way because of the pandemic. I asked to have this put on the agenda, not for myself, because it really affects me any. I asked to have it put on here because so many members of the public have brought up to me, why isn't the city hall open regular business hours? And numerous people. And so it seems to matter to the citizens here, to the public. And I understand that there's limited people, but kind of like the gentleman said, I've had to do that at jobs too. You know, people took their lunches in stages or whatever, other people came up and covered. And I mean, honestly, not that we want to pull them away from their work, but if it was a really big deal, could we not call the public works guy, say, hey, somebody needs to come up here and just sit at the counter for a half an hour because we have to run to the bank or something. It's just one day out of the week, every couple of weeks or something. So I think it's a very doable thing, and I bring it up just because so many people have mentioned it to me that they wanted it open. So that's where I'm at on it.
Rusty?
I have no comment. I'm just reading through I guess I do have a comment, but it seems like you guys are getting pretty decent morning traffic, and it might taper off during the week. So at least you're evaluating that, and I'm glad you guys started going from 8:30 to noon. Other than that, I'm pretty much done with this one.
So it's been many years since Miss Gloria worked here, but I always remember City Hall being open from 8:30 to noon. I probably was not old enough to pay a bill when it changed to that. So I understand. I've had 2 different citizens bring up to me that they would like City Hall to be open till, you know, later in the day. So I feel for the citizens. I think that it would be, first of all, I want to thank the staff for hearing the initial outcry and frustration about this and staying open till noon. So thank you for making that change without us ever bringing it forward. You know, at this point, I feel like it would be maybe a nice thing to push it to 2 and see if that could appease more people and maybe help. I think the thing we're facing here in Plymouth is we aren't the Plymouth we used to be. And I'm grieving that as much as the next guy. At one time, we didn't have as many citizens. We didn't have as much traffic into our city. And so being closed at noon wasn't a big deal. Half the town's either related to Gloria or Noser, so it wasn't even an issue. And everybody just knew that it was closed at noon. And when that decision was made to close at noon, I don't think even anyone balked at it. But things change, communities change, and we aren't the same community that we were 10 years ago. As much as sometimes I wish we were. So maybe it is something that the staff needs to consider a couple more hours. And that at least buys you not having to stay open all the way until the end of the day. You know, I don't know. Those are my thoughts on it.
I think it's completely understandable, and we should make room for banking and all those things. And if we can't handle it, then what does that look like, right? Do we bring in a part-time person, or can we make internal changes, right? I think 2 o'clock is a really sweet spot to make amends or whatever the word escapes me, compromise, thank you. But outside of that, I mean, I'm willing to let them have also time to themselves to count money. You don't want anybody in here, for example, or and.
Since we've been open on Fridays, we don't have very much foot traffic on Fridays. We've been paying attention to Friday traffic, and we don't have a lot of foot traffic on Fridays. I say that now Fridays are gonna pick up, which is great.
Well, I was gonna say, how many people know? There might be a lot of people who are still under the impression that we're not open at all on Fridays.
I've had it in my last 2 newsletters, so I've put it out there. And we've put it on Facebook.
The good news is if there is low foot traffic, you can still do all the banking, get stuff done, hopefully.
We cannot put that cash out on the desk to count. That would not be advisable.
Can we use a different room for counting? Like one of those rooms?
They're occupied by other people.
Vicky would love to take a longer lunch, I bet.
No, ma'am. I mean, we can do whatever the council wishes. I will direct the staff to do whatever the council wishes.
Can we call it a happy compromise to move it to 2 p.m.? Just looking for a head down or not.
Just make a motion.
I'm asking the citizens that are here.
No.
No, unfortunately, you can't. You've already come. Okay.
Not about the work that's capped up.
I can't have this, okay?
Okay, but listen,
No offense.
but listen, you got yourself in this position. You ran to be elected.
I understand
So then you
that.
have to listen
No,
to
no,
me.
You have 3 minutes.
You know what?
Talk to the attorney.
I asked if I asked if I could be allowed to speak. Everybody said yes, except for you. I'm gonna speak.
I'm the chair of the meeting.
My comment is not about the staff or the work they do. They do great work. This is about being accessible to the public. You
I
are
understand.
accountable to us. If I have something to
You
do,
already had your opportunity to comment on this item.
I understand that. I asked if I could approach and speak.
And the person running the meeting
Thank you.
said
That's
no.
fine. It's not about the workload. It's about being accessible to the public. That,
Okay, please sit down. Thank you. I don't want to be pushed to that. Thank you. Sorry. Okay. Make a motion.
I make a motion that we keep City Hall open until 5 o'clock or 4:30 on Fridays and every day of the week. That's my motion.
I'll second it.
No, I said all business days,
No business days.
5 days a week.
And is the motion for 4:30 or 5 o'clock?
Whatever our standard is, I mean, to me, it would be 5, but if they're doing 4:30 on all the other days.
4:30.
4:30, I guess.
I did.
Peter seconded it, yes.
Councilmember Felina,
Nay.
Councilmember Hornish,
Abstain.
Councilmember Cranford, Nay. Vice Mayor Nunn,
Yes.
Mayor Amoruso.
Nay.
Thank you. Motion fails.
Any other motions?
I would like to motion that City Hall stay open until 2 o'clock on Fridays.
Second.
Councilmember Felina,
Nay.
Councilmember Hornish,
Aye.
Councilmember Cranford. Aye. Vice Mayor Nunn,
Nay.
Mayor Amoruso.
Nay.
Thank you. Motion fails.
I'm in Bill on this one.
Yeah, I'm kind of all or nothing on it.
Council staff and communications, brief reports on matters of general interest. City manager's report.
Thank you. I want to give kudos to one of our lifeguards today who did a save in the pool for a 5-year-old who was going under, a 6-year-old who was going under, got to her within 10 seconds and did a save. That was our head lifeguard, Asia Fuller.
Yes.
Very proud of her. I will try to have a proclamation for her and bring her to the next city council meeting. League of California Cities Annual Conference is in Long Beach, October 8th to 10th. If any of the council members are interested in attending, let me know. Get you registered. I'm still receiving complaints. You heard one tonight for Main Street, not just down by the school, which has 80 students enrolled in ELOP. But also up on Landrum, on this end of Landrum. Working with Public Works to see what we can do to slow down the traffic. I'll also be contacting the sheriff's department. Fire talked about what they're doing. Staff also met with the sheriff's office in the fire department and Public Works and other city staff to coordinate all our efforts for the 4th of July. We met with them yesterday. We've confirmed the food and dessert vendors, Bluestone, Marlene and Glenn's, Armando's Tacos, and Cowabunga Ice Cream Truck. Thank you, Holger. And like I said earlier, there will be 2 sheriff deputies in town and the sergeant staying as close as he can, barring any other emergencies in the county. And in response to our notice of violation that we received not long ago on the main dam at the wastewater treatment plant, today I received a letter stating that the inundation map was now substantially in compliance. And so now the consultant just needs to file our emergency action plan with the Governor's Office of Emergency Services within 90 days. That's my report.
All right. Thank you. Okey-dokey. So moving on. Mayor and council's reports. Do you want to just lump 8.2 and 8.3 together? You can just do your reports and future agenda. Yes, we can. Rusty, let's start with you.
Yeah, no problem. So the 2 committees I sit on, one did not meet, the Amador Air Resource Board and the Amador Transportation Committee met. It was pretty much standard meeting. The budget one's coming up here at the next week, and so I'll have more to report on that. Council request for agenda items. I'd like to figure out how to get the Arroyo Ditch on the agenda with talks with AWA, or seeing if we can start that process again. I know it's a touchy subject with all, but there's a lot of water out there. And from the presentation that we got from AWA, the Amador Water Agency, it seems like this county's starting to run out of water, and I know there's rights. I don't have it all memorized, but I do know we have a lot of water rights to the old ditch out there. So it'd be nice to bring that up and maybe at least discuss it and come up with a little bit of a plan or ideas.
The only report I have, well, I kind of snuck mine in earlier about 4th of July. You see why I did that? Look how many people left. So Veterans Park, 8:30 a.m. for that. Thank you so much to the Rotary for all the incredibly hard work they've done on that. And then ACRA met on June 18th. They're working on a budget, and there was an issue with Little League wanting to fix Upper Pioneer stuff. So we got the ball rolling on that so that the upcountry kids will have a place to practice Little League.
Is that Molly Joyce?
No, it's not Miley Joyce. It's
Further
the
out?
other, yeah, it's the other part.
Oh,
Pioneer Park. Mhm.
Okay.
Oh, and yeah, bingo. So we are gonna have bingo here on July 8th, right? It's the second Tuesday. So yeah, it's July 8th, I think, will be our first one at Lodge Hill. And I'm really excited about that. I'm glad it's coming back. And I think that's everything. If it's not, I don't know. The agenda item I want to bring up is I had a community member email me, and apparently he emailed all of us, but separately. And apparently there's no ordinance against safe and sane fireworks being in the city. I thought that there was. I thought that's why we had Main Street fireworks, but there is no law preventing people to do fireworks at their house. So he brought up that there should be one, and Rusty did some research on it. And so yeah, anyway, we need to probably bring that to the agenda and have that discussion, because it would not be a good idea for someone to set off fireworks at their house.
Right. And to back that up, I'll have to ask you to go back to when I first got on council. That's when we put that in place. And double check that, because we did spell out that it could only be on Main Street from dusk till we finished. So there was parameters, and somehow that got dropped out when PMC did their boilerplate update on our zoning. So obviously that changed, because I didn't know it changed, because I didn't even go look at it, because I assumed, because I know what we did back originally, because it was a big conversation, not to have fireworks around town because of dry lots and, people doing what people do. So
we'll go back and look at the historical version.
yeah, so that way, just bring that forward, and might just have to redo that.
And the research I did real quick was me reading through it, and then AFPD also read through the ordinance, and they could not find anything either. So a couple eyeballs looked at it. So thank you.
Yeah. Excellent. All right. Holger.
Oh. I thought we were going down in a row.
No, I just worked out in.
Well, we already talked about everything. Veterans Park, again, 4th of July, 8:30 a.m. Please, everybody come. And you mentioned the citizen with the fireworks request. My committee meeting did not meet. As far as future agenda items, I would love to hear another update on any ongoing projects, long-term projects like Greenwich Ranch, hotels, etc. If that can be an email, that's suitable too. I figured we all might want to know.
I have a lot, but I do want to say, as far as updates, I got one of the first cigars out of the Cedar Spill Cigar Lounge tonight on our break. And he's planning to open on Saturday. He's having some kind of a grand opening. And I know he has it on Facebook. And, it's the way things have been, getting businesses open in town and stuff. If anybody could support him, I hope he'll get support. So that's all I have on that. And then future items, I want the Zoom thing brought up.
I've moved that up closer. I'm just waiting for a few more emails, and then it'll be coming.
Okay, I'd like to, so we're gonna have that on the next one, or?
Not
Yeah.
on the next one, but the following one, the second meeting in July.
Okay. I All right. And then another one with everything going on out there, I kind of feel like we've been on council a while now. I would like us to schedule a closed session, a public employee performance review for the city manager. And I'd like to probably in the next meeting, maybe. I'd like to do it the next meeting if we could.
We just did one, so I don't think it's too soon personally.
We did good.
Yeah.
What's that?
I said I'm not gonna say no to anybody putting anything on the agenda.
Sure, yes.
Yeah, that's 1, 2, 3. Yeah. That was all I had. That was all I had.
I've got nothing. So, there you go.
I have Hawksville on the next agenda as well.
Okay, great. Excellent. Thank you. With that being done, we're gonna go into closed session.
So we should ask for public comment on the closed session first.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry, my bad. Yes. We have public comment on closed session.
Hello, Conrad Von Scheck, resident of Plymouth. I believe I'm one of the 3 plaintiffs whose cases will be discussed tonight during closed session. After receiving my claim against Margaret, the city manager, all of you denied my claim and opened the door for litigation and made me an offer that was frankly offensive, very offensive. The offer of sending the entire office staff to customer service training was ludicrous. Aside from the city manager, the city staff has always been wonderful to work with. I have never complained against one single staff member. The only person that needs customer service training, and more accurately, anger management training, is Margaret. The offer does not make me whole or address my damages. I have clearly outlined how Margaret lied to me, lied to you, then tried to cover it up. I made a counter offer through the city attorney, even though Frank's not here. I hopefully this one will pass it on to you accurately how I presented it, that you'll probably hear during closed session. And I hope you carefully consider this offer in order to avoid protracted litigation that would certainly be costly, not just to me, but to the entire city of Plymouth. Simply because Margaret is stubborn and won't own up to her own wrongdoing. All I want is an apology. She represents you. What she does falls back on you. You need to do the right thing. Prove to me and prove to the residents of this city that you have the courage and are up to the task. And I know, Peter, that you don't like hearing me, but I'm not going to, I'm sorry, it's my 2 minutes, but I'm not going away and you have to hear me. You could at least look interested in what I have to say. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment and go into our closed session. Thank you guys for being here. There we go. Reporting out from closed session, no reportable actions. Time, I'm sorry, my phone,
11:35.
11:35.
Did it record us for one?
Yes. Yeah, that's the only. Oh, you bet.